Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, January the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Roger. Cody, I haven't any ideas on that. I can't do historicals for any period. Let me see if I can do a historical. Are you talking about in a top list window? Are you talking about an alert window? I have no ideas about it though. I'm sorry, because I'm not having any issues this morning. I've got a top list window here. I haven't tried to do an historical. Yeah, so right there, it worked. So I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. An alert window? All right, let me take a look here. History, yesterday. Okay, so it's working for me. I don't know what to say, Cody. Yeah, don't know what to say. I just did a history yesterday of this alert. Um, I don't know. Have you tried to do an account reset and all those things? If I could duplicate it, I could say, okay, but I can't duplicate that. So I have no ideas. I'm sorry. Okay, so Jeb, the one thing, if your scanners aren't working in the pre-market, make sure you don't have the relative volume filter as an active filter, okay? That's the usual reason. So if you have the relative volume filter as an active filter, then you have to either delete the value, in other words, like here. So here, configure as an example. See, I've got my current volume is at least 8. I will get no alerts in the pre-market with this one, okay? None, because I'm using my relative volume filter. So if I just zeroed it out, then I would start getting alerts if the filter values were met. So that's typically the reason why you're not getting any data in the pre-market. All right, guys, look, lots is happening this morning. Lots is happening this morning. So let's get into it. NVCR, huge move here. Still up 70%. I was just mentioning that it has pulled back quite a bit though. 191. I mean, I don't know how much trading was done at 191. That's a massive pullback. Now their partner is ZLab, ZLAB in this drug. Excuse me. And when I look, you see ZLab has not pulled back. Yes, I know it's only up 32%, but it has not pulled back. NVCR has pulled back quite a bit. So that was all I wanted to say about that. Well, it's not a bug so much, it's just the way it's been, and I don't call that a bug, in regarding the relative volume not working in the pre-market, but it's just the way it's always been. It's not like it's a bug that they tried to address. I know what they tried to do. They tried to create some kind of a null value, and that worked until we got to the AWS server. And so you could have a value and it would still work, but with this AWS migration, and they'll probably do something about that later. HKD guys, HKD. I don't see any news on it, but if you've followed this one before, you know this can be absolutely crazy. I don't see any news for HKD, but it is up 75%. This was a small one. I did not take this one. ORTX got in just a little bit too late. This was a little bit like the one I did yesterday in the pre-market. Broke over 50 and got all the way almost up to a dollar. Um, So FDA clears the trial for a metabolic drug disorder drug. Okay, so that is the reason for that one. Now, Cala had gapped up, but I noticed it got up to 50, and I think the last time I saw it was down around 46. Yeah, so I mean, this is still pretty volatile. This one, this Cala, still up 6%, but it looked like once it got up to 50, maybe it would keep going, but not yet. And one of the famous meme stocks is just getting destroyed, guys. BBBY released earnings, and look at this headline: expresses substantial doubt about its ability to continue. So history is not working for you guys. Maybe it's because I'm on a development build, but yeah, history is working for me. Here it is, yesterday, here it is. Here's all the history from my alert window. So VYNT, VYNT, VYNT. So they're looking at strategic alternatives as they term it. This happened after hours, maybe being bought out, a merger or something like that. So this is VYNT, huge move, 5 million in the float. It has traded the float already. You know, guys, I can't, in something like this, I cannot help. So you know what? These issues that we seem to be having, I mean, I'm still crossing my fingers on our charts this morning. So far, it's so good. But you can always send something to support at trade-ideas.com. And, you know, the more people that complain, I mean, look, they know what's going on with this AWS migration. And so, but the more people that they, you know, that they're aware are being affected by this, it puts more of it's like they're working literally night and day. We got a couple of the guys that the developers working night and day. And I know that, you know, that doesn't matter to you guys. All you want is for the program to work. And I'm the same way. You know, once I get rolling here, I'm a customer just like you guys. When the charts aren't working the way I want to, I complain bitterly to them. So SI guys, SI, wow, SI earnings play, and look, it got clobbered down 39%. SI clobbered. This is now almost a lifetime low. It is a reverse split today, really? VYNT is a reverse split today? VYNT. So it did a reverse split recently, is what you're saying. Yeah, so it did a reverse split yeah, on November 1st, it looks like. Okay. And that is, or November 2nd. I think it was announced on the 1st and yeah, active on the 2nd. Look at the SPY guys, by the way. Wow. Some numbers came in. Obviously, the market's not liking. And remember, talking about reverse splits, look at OBLG, guys. OBLG, still no news. Still no news, but look at this. This was the reverse split from yesterday. And I don't see any news on it. But one of those things in which, you know, traders are just looking at recent reverse splits and saying, even if there's no news, let's just buy it. Interesting, because as you saw, my historicals came up immediately. Now I'm on a development build, but you know, that really shouldn't matter. So you know, I'm sorry, I just have no explanation. You know, I wish I could just flip a switch and get everything working, but oh, I know it's not my fault. I get that, but I mean, it's still, I know I'm sort of, I'm kind of your voice, and you know, I have no problems passing this information on to them, but they are fully aware of some of these glitches. WBA, is this an earnings play or this afternoon? WBA, yeah, so this is an earnings play, WBA, Walgreens Boots Alliance, and pretty big gap down now, guys. Not so much in the percent, but you know, look at this daily chart. And so it's taken all this out. And so WBA, and their earnings play on the way down. BLPH, BLPH. This is a licensing agreement. Wow. I didn't take this one. I was toying with the idea, but I got distracted doing something else and then it just ran. So anyway, BLPH through the 200-day moving average, and it's some kind of a, excuse me, and a licensing agreement in Greater China. Okay. Here's one that has earnings after hours. I have mentioned this before. It just keeps, chugging up and up and up. ARBK, look where it's come from, 37 cents a few days ago, $1.50 now. Actually has, you see, this is the issue sometimes. And I've been warned already by the developers that we still may have some issues. They're trying to get to the bottom of it with the database because, every now and then my single stock window does not load. It's on the end of the world. You just have to click on another symbol and it'll get there. But it's just a bit of a pain. Anyway, ARBK has earnings after hours today, up 25%. ABVC. This seems to be the new press release that these guys go through. Not just these guys, but FDA investigational new drug application. Okay, INDs. I'm seeing more and more of these. FLJ also was a pop up here. Don't see any news on it. This is a China stock. That's what I'm really missing. I'm missing the country flag. I mean, some of them I know because we've seen them many, many times, but FLJ, I had to check, but this is a China stock. Look at this gap. Big float too, 171 million. So that's a very impressive move. And I don't see any news. And it's not that China stocks are popping today. Look at KWEB. KWEB is kind of flat. And just as it was opening the room, some kind of an Amazon press release with this EVGO, electric vehicles, EVGO. And look at that. So it popped up on that news and came right back down. Wow, what a short that would have been. Is it shortable for me? I agree with the server overload because I think what happens is like right now right now we're okay. Except, here's that single stock, okay, taking a while. And now you see this is the problem. I know it's going to start happening. As we get more and more users, ANTNF, the 15-minute chart is not loading. And it will now, but so it's a bit of a pain right now. It's definitely, I mean, I have the faith that what this AWS migration is the best thing for the company going forward, but this week is a bit of a mess. All right, guys. Now, yesterday when I checked that, give me one moment, please. All right, let me check to see how many upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our friendly analysts. Yesterday, there were just too many. Probably going to be about the same today. Wow. Oh, brother. Well, there's not as many upgrades. There's still tons and tons of downgrades. So I'm going to get some of the upgrades in now. If there's any sort of a trend in the upgrades. Let's see if Wedbush is in any one of these. I don't see anything from Wedbush this morning. Boy, BLPH continues, guys. How do I know? Because I keep hearing hearing our text to voice, and she keeps telling me it's going up, BLPH. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Let me get them into the room. Again, just to show you, I mean, look, here's the downgrade list. Look at this list of downgrades. So what I'm going to try to do is just see if I can find anyone that has had a multiple downgrade, one stock. Wow, look at all those downgrades. Okay. Well, I got a few of them in anyway. I'm trying to see if there's any, but it doesn't appear to be any one particular sector being picked on. It's just widespread. Yeah, there's just too many guys. So what I'm really trying to do is just look, kind of pick and choose a few of them, see if there's any. Okay, ESNT, I want to jot that one down. That is a Goldman downgrade. I'm going to stop. I mean, there's just too many. So I will just put these ones in. I want to see what ESNT is doing. It's a Goldman downgrade. Sometimes which they can affect. So let's take a look at ESNT. ESNT. Yeah, so you see, I can just tell what's going to happen. I mean, earlier the big problem I had yesterday was when you typed in a symbol and it would do this. And this morning, early on, it was fine, but I guess as more and more people come in. Anyway, ESNT, so what's the volume? Like 600 shares, so nothing yet. It's just Trev asking about the upgrades and downgrades. It's just from briefing.com, okay? It's just a free service from them. It gets sent to my inbox at about 10 after 9. So that is briefing.com. Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors. Now that we've had this little slam down in the market, I'm interested in what's happening with energy. So every index is going to be down, but let's take a look at energy. And energy is still okay. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is energy, XLE energy, the major ETF for energy. 90% red. What does that mean? 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. That's what that percentage means. So if we could look, communication, about 50-50, but just trying to see if there's any sector that is even remotely positive. Consumer staples, 50-50, communications, 50-50. I'm more now interested to see where is XLE now with respect to its 200-day moving average. because that is, yeah, I see we're getting closer and closer. This was again the sort of the bellwether, the good one for a long time when a lot of the other sectors were below the 200-day moving average. Energy was quite a bit above it. But over the last month, 2 months, you can just see the slide and that green line getting closer and closer. We take a look at financials, XLF. Yeah. Yeah. See, well, actually, financials started to move away from the 200-day yesterday. The market had a mildly positive day. Wait a moment, please. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 9:24. So I'm just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in here. So the ZLab is it's holding here. I mean, its partner is NVCR, which had quite the pullback actually. NVCR had quite the pullback. Big news from those two companies, collaboration. They're partners, I guess, in this drug. But NVCR had a huge pullback. ZLab is still holding. So what might happen? What might happen is take a look. Yeah, ZLab. So there are definitely shorts available for me. We'll have to see if ZLab catches up to that pullback for NVCR. I say right now it is a lot stronger, and I'm not talking about the percentage move. NVCR still has a higher percentage move, but this is not pulled back yet. Mm. Look at OBLG. No news either. It's just traders thinking, you know what? Let's just do this one. Reverse split. No news on it. Getting close to the 200-day moving average, about $1 away. Boy, this VLPH is not stopping. 9 million in the float. Wow, did not. I was looking at it right here, right there at that 178 mark. Again, what's that news again? Licensing agreement for China. All right, guys, just watching the market here. This just won't stop. VLPH just will not stop. Roku. Roku is even having a bit of a pop here. ROKU. Roku exceeds 70 million active accounts globally. Okay. That's a 16% growth compared to last year's fourth quarter. My guess is that there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, for BLPH. Well, Racy went nuts during market. So how much more nuts did it go? Yes. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the last time I saw this is it pulled actually, it was right here. It had pulled back to, actually, I saw this move to 20. And then right here, wow, no kidding. Did it ever go crazy? $46, $47. Oh, I see. I was wondering, why isn't it showing up? It's not showing up because it's only 5,000 shares and I have a minimum volume requirement. So that's why it's not showing up in my scans. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, so we have a minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to get rid of this. Yeah, I mean, it's untradeable. I mean, the spread is 29.35 for Racy, RACY. Just give me one moment. All right, everybody, what do we got here? About 10 seconds for the open. So let's take a look and see some early action other than the ones that we already know about. So there's the Z-Lab, guys. I mean, I'd love to see if this is going to kind of join its partner in the pullback. How many shares? 323,000 shares. Let me take a look at the NVCR. Probably more. Yeah, a lot more shares. What's the float? 103 million in the. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is really giving it up. I mean, it's still up 48%, but I'd be really watching Z-Lab to see if it starts to catch up. So the market opened, slammed down a bit. Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY's down, of course. And this is after the SPY looked pretty positive for a long time. SPY was pretty positive up here, and then I guess some economic numbers came out, and market didn't like it. No, it's just it's in the. So to answer your question, Trev, just go to click on new and then click on doc channel bar and then click on show more if you have to, if you don't see all the channels, and it's called sector status. It's a channel called sector status. Okay. And so go onto the doc channel bar and sector status, and that'll show you, that'll give you what I was showing earlier. Look at this market. Now HKD is on the move here, guys, but again, oh, it just got halted. Or it was halted. JFBR got halted. JFBR just got halted. Paramount, a weak start. PARA, a weak start. Room underneath. The low yesterday was 17.11. So I still got about $1 to that next low for Paramount, PARA. Not saying to take the trade because of that, but just pointing that out. Maybe a break of 18. Look at this market. Okay, so that ABVC that was soaring in the pre-market got halted on the way down. Take a look at the JFBR. JFBR, probably a low float. Yeah, 3.3 million in the float. So this is a low float. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. Western Digital guys, WDC is a 10-day daily breakout. Not an earnings play. Counter to the market for sure. So if you're looking for counter trends, guys, I mean this race right here would definitely have some because these are stocks that are up at least 2%. Okay, other filters involved. So with the market doing this, these are stocks that are up at least 2%. So ZLab, boy, I mean, this is. I'm going to take a look at this NVCR. Maybe ZLab is the stronger of the two. I don't know in terms of the partnership because I mean, look what NVCR has done and ZLab is actually moving in the opposite direction. Maybe William can analyze that. Oh yeah, whenever. ENVX guys, ENVX almost an all-time low again. That was the one that got slammed down yesterday. Almost another all-time low. Takes out the low of yesterday. That would be an all-time low, 650. All right, WBA just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown, and it's an earnings play. But it's a little early for me to hop on this one. If it were an all-time low, there's a chance. So I found that the more expensive ones, maybe the ones over $20 that are showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown, but this is an earnings play. And just find that they're just a little too whippy at the beginning. Let's see if it takes out 35 again. See that big bottoming tail? Looked like it was just going to keep going down, and then it popped up. That's why I'm saying in the first 15 minutes, things can be, I mean, it's not a huge move up, but wait to see if it takes out 35 again. And briefly, it took out 35 again, WBA. Wow. Yeah, there's the HKD, guys. What's the spread like? Actually, it's not terrible for this stock, HKD. No news on this one. Try to stock if you've seen this one before. If you haven't, but as high as $2,500, if you can believe it. This is back in August of last year. The one that used to trade with it a little bit was AMTD. Let's see if AMTD is doing anything. Yeah, I mean, it's popping a little bit, but you can see the same day, this one got up to $25. Keep an eye on the KPRX, guys. I freely admit I took this one yesterday, late, right around here, around that $4 level, just for fun. And I actually sold it this morning. This was the one that this Ladenburg has put a $113 price target on it. So I thought I'd just take a little bit and just see what happens. And I think I sold at 465, yeah, before it pulled back. Look at this market. Look at this huge red candle to start. So if you're in anything long, obviously pay attention to this market. Why don't I have an alert for GME underneath 16? I wish for 2023 for all these meme stocks just to disappear. Oh man, okay, so the AI's got an alert for HKD. Be careful. At least the stop is, wow, the 1381 stop. What are they doing? They're putting a stop at the, I don't even know how they generated that stop. All right, guys, SI continues down, earnings play, getting, had the little pop up to 14. And not quite a lifetime low, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, WBA is looking like it wants to keep under 35 for a bit anyway. Just one moment, please. I'm wondering, I'm trying to think if I want to commit to a SI short here. What's the pre-market low was down, wow, down 1161. I don't even know where the next low is. Take a look at the weekly chart. I mean, it's getting close to an all-time low. Wow, I don't see where, I don't see any support anytime soon. All right, guys. Well, there you go. If you're, wow, there's the SI taking out 1250 like a star. No answer for that, Torps. What, the alert happened at 9:41. What time did it pop into yours? I mean, I just noticed it here. The entry was at 9:41, or the time of the alert was 9:41. I'd be shying. I mean, that one, you have to understand the history of that. What time did it appear, though? What time do you have that it appeared? If you don't have 9:41, then let me know. I want to tell them. Okay. What time? Oh, so, but does it say the entry time is 9:41? It just said it didn't appear until 30 seconds. So, okay, for instance, right now, here's another one. Did it disappear? 9:45? What time is it now? 9:40. So I don't have the seconds here. So why would HKD appear twice? Two different strategies it's triggering from. That's why. So that one did. Okay, well, don't know. I can't answer that. So GPS, guys, is a gap down in a bit of a reversal right now, GPS, but boy, you're going against the market. All right, guys, just checking a couple of things here. So WBA, still a little choppy for me. Love to see it if it takes out, if it gets into the 3470s, sticking a little around 3476. I want to see if it takes that out. Boy, I know the AI is suggesting a long in ZLab, but boy, I'm telling you, I think this is, take a look at NVCR. Is it still sinking? Yeah. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, this is the partner. So again, I don't know who is, I mean, is the dominant partner ZLab and NVCR is just tagging along? I mean, this is, I mean, now it's only up 35%. I think ZLab is probably caught up now. Yeah, 37% now. Yeah, it's not a great spread, but for a 46, I mean, it's going to 20 cents, 30 cents. Yeah, it's not a great spread, but if this drops $3 or $4, that spread won't matter. SI just made another new low, guys. Here's one that's getting hammered here. Excuse me, CFLT Confluent. CFLT is getting hammered here. My daily chart back. Where? Right here, strategy trades all. That's the only, so if you click on new from our toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on premium AI strategy trades window, that one. Okay. That's the only window you need. You'll see the alerts as they come in. It's this one. It's that one, premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, not the long-term one. Okay, another one of these acquisition companies, guys. Mount Rainier, RNER, just was halted. Brokerage Plus has got nothing to do with the AI. Brokerage Plus is just a way you can practice trading here, or you can connect it to your, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. It's got nothing to do with the AI. Okay, so some are not getting the AI alerts. Okay, fun and games, guys. SI, guys, holy smokes. Look at this one now. Complete collapse now for SI. Okay, I see why you're talking about Megel. Yeah. MEGL, see, no news. Yeah, no news. The Magic Empire. Now, where could this go? Let's take a look left on the daily chart. So the high was 208. So it looks like there's a high of 217 and then a lot of resistance around the 235 mark. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these ones in the racing. So again, these are counter because these are a lot of, well, look at this, a lot of China stocks, Data, BEKE, FUTU, VIPS, a lot of China stocks here. Thought I had an alert for WBA in the 70s. Let me see where my alert is. Yeah, down here. So I'm not in it yet. Should look over here though. I mean, where's the next low looking left? It's 34.40. See, there may not be enough room for this to move down. 34.40 looks like, you know, a potential area of support on the daily chart. Wow, how whippy has this one been? The ABVC. We saw this one in the pre-market get up to 177, and then the market open got down to 1, and now right back up to 167. It did resume, was halted. It was halted at 177, so it's not above the halt price right now. It's over the 200-day moving average, still clear of that. And this is all to do with an IND submission, investigative new drug submission. Stock guys, BEKE. Take a look at KWEB. Let's take a look to see what KWEB is doing. You know, is it counter to what the market's doing? Not really. I mean, a little bit of a move here, but not really. So the KWEB is still negative. Look how whippy that Cala is. I'd be steering clear of that one, guys, for a while. It's just way too whippy. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. Got up to 50, right back down to 46.75. Hmm. Mine does, Major. So I don't know how to, again, I'm on the test server, so but mine does. I'm just holding. How about the space? How about the mouse? Your scroll wheel on your mouse. I never use the left and right arrows to zoom. I know you can, but how about the scroll wheel on your mouse? All right, guys. Yeah, that KPRX traded out of it right up here at. No, I wish I could say that 583. No, at 465. Right, that's where I traded it out. Is that right? Yeah, 465. I bought this yesterday, right at near the end. This is sort of a wild hair because of that 113 price target. Woke up this morning, not early enough because might have been able to get it a lot higher, but I got out at 465, pulled all the way back. Now it's right back up to 465. Hey guys, sorry, I just lots of internal stuff happening. I'm just trying to keep up to date with all the information that I'm seeing. Vera guys, VERA had a little bit of a pop this morning, and now it's continued down again. And this is an all-time low again. It showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown yesterday. Not showing today for some reason, but this is a 10-day daily breakdown again. Well, I was happy to get out of the KPRX, but let's see where this is going. So again, that pre-market high, I don't know how many shares actually traded up here at 580, but I mean, this is the gap though. I mean, it's starting to try to fill this gap, 759, next high looking left. That was the big attraction for me. Never mind the $113 price target, but the big gap here. Oof, another leg down for SI guys. Another leg down. Now this is getting close to a lifetime low. SI earnings play, such as it was. And on top of that, being sued for security. I don't know if this is new. Oh, this is one of these class action suits. Okay. No, I'm glad I stayed out of the WBA. Well, I had a price alert, didn't trigger. It's that simple. I'm down here, 34.75. The VWAP is 35.27, as William is pointing out. So it's testing the VWAP. I guess people are buying Barbies. Mattel, MAT having a nice day for some reason. Speaking of Barbies, Barbie brand is due for a makeover. Shares move higher. Okay. Ooh, NEOG. So this is an earnings play, guys. NEOG is an earnings play. Really choppy action in the pre-market. Didn't really see it. Vera heading down now, guys. This did make it into my 10-day daily breakdown. So this is what I'm talking about right there. So we had the WBA, which I did not really like. And then look at the SI. Wow, from 12.99 to 11.50. The Vera starting to work, 580. Well, it did work for a bit. Let's see if it continues down. It's an all-time low. This is almost an all-time low. SI WBA, of course, is not. Oh man, look at that KPRX now, guys. KPRX challenging 5. I'll probably regret selling it, but I wasn't regretting it when it pulled back to 4. So the market's putting a bit of a comeback here, maybe affecting WBA. WBA kind of looks like the market, doesn't it? A little bit. Green bar, green bar. Right, still right at that VWAP, 35.27, 35.25. So it is still at the VWAP. Okay, so these guys did their reverse split today, effective today. And it was a 1 for 10. Somebody said, I think it was a 1 for 10. One for 20 reverse split. Announced yesterday, effective today. So that float, that's going to be about 1.5 million or so. Maybe 1.7 million in the float now. You have to divide that by 20. Okay, looking at this AZEK, sort of a gap down and reversal, but it's not really reversing that much now. So remember, IMAB from yesterday had a great day yesterday. Started out pretty well, pretty good, but now really giving it up. It hit a high of 6, down to 5 now. This is shortable for me too at Interactive Brokers. A lot of shorts available. Okay, guys, V-Ray is showing up in my 10-day daily breakout. Okay, now 5 to me looks like a real tough one to get through. So this could turn into an interesting short. Lots of shorts available, Interactive Brokers, 1.8 million. So just looks to me like there's too much resistance between here and 5 for V-Ray. Aha. Downgraded to neutral at Wedbush. Let's see. cut the price target to 8 from 33. And that's Wedbush. I'm sorry, this is Vera. I am sorry. This is not this is to do with Vera. Vera meaning VERA. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to trade this HKD, be awfully careful, okay? It is extremely whippy. I wouldn't take very many shares. I'd have a wide stop. I mean, it can move multiple dollars a course. It's up 100%. Not usually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, and right now, yes, it is not. Now, I may be wrong about the V-Ray. I mean, it might explode through 5 if it does. Let's take a look left on the weekly chart and just see what sort of resistance there might be. You can see all that right around. Look at that weekly chart, guys. I mean, there's so much action right around 5. The next high on the weekly chart looks like around 587. If it can get through this 5 level. I just have my doubts. Yeah, what a week data has had. DADA. Vera, guys, VERA. Another big, well, not a collapse, but another big downturn for Vera, VERA. I wanted you to look at NVCR, and then compare it with ZLAB, ZLAB. They're the partners in this drug. Oh, wait a minute, I got the right, yeah, NVCR, sorry, NVCR. And you can see it's had if I get this chart to work. Do I got the right symbol? Yeah. Yeah, this is the right symbol, just not wanting to load. Try it one more time. Okay. Okay, so you see what it did, William. It got up to 188 on that news. But even if you discount that, though, top, maybe 161, it had a huge pullback all the way back down to 95. And ZLAB is its partner, ZLAB, ZLAB, in this drug. And you can see tail of 2. I mean, I might have to put myself on mute before I say a really bad word. So you see what Z-Lab's done. So, I mean, there's the pop for Z-Lab. Remember now, equivalently, NVCR just dropped. This is, this keeps moving higher. So I guess my question is, who's got the bigger exposure, I guess, for this drug? Was Z-Lab or NVCR? I mean, there's got to be a reason why this one is moving higher and the other one's moving lower. So let me just put them in case you. All right, guys, I'm just, again, following internal discussions. Okay, WBA sort of got rejected at the VWAP, 35.27. I guess you could say it got rejected, popped a little bit above it. I just don't know how dynamic this is going to be. Again, when I looked left and I saw that 35.40 or 34.40, sorry, was the next low. So I'm just going to take a pass on WBA. I mean, look at Z-Lab. I mean, this is really, now 50 could be a real tough nut to get through. What's the next high looking left? 49.49. What did it get to today? It got up to 49.89. And the next high, what did I say? 49.49. So it broke above that just a little bit. 50 could be really tough to get through, though, just psychologically. Ha, the goose. GOOS, Canada Goose. What are they doing here? Coming right into the 200-day moving average. This looks like something that is a potential short sending up. Gets closer to that 200-day. I don't see any specific news for it. Okay, Canada Goose is on Evercore's list of stocks to watch in 2023. Wall Street is generally bullish on Canada Goose with 7 buy equivalent versus 4 hold and 2 sell. So there you go. Boy, ZI, Zoom Info, guys, this is another one that is just getting kicked here. I don't see any support, not any near, well, okay, what's the low here is 23.29, 23.29. It looks to me like the next low looking left for ZI. Okay, thank you, William, for that in-depth analysis. They did a reverse split last year. Okay. Z-Lab did. I remember them. 1 for 20. Okay. All right, guys. ZZI. I'm short this one now. 94, 25.93. Gets to 20, or it gets to 26. I'm out. Very tight stop on it. Want to see if it has a bit of a collapse here. There's no support. Well, support. There's the next low. Ooh, did I make a mistake? Okay, so the next low is actually 24.63, not 23.29, but that's still not bad. But I may get bopped out of this one. Yeah, out of it. Keep an eye on it if it takes out 26 again. So I'm going to stick an alert here, 25.97. See if it takes out 26 again. You say that was a very tight stop. It was going to work quickly or not at all. All right, guys. So again, waiting on the ZI to see if it takes that 26 again. Might have another go at it if it does. Well, look at it. It sort of did, didn't it? The VWAP's at 47, so it bounced a couple of times on the 15-minute charts off that VWAP, talking about the Z Lab. Yeah, Futu guys, FUTU. So important level it's at now through the 200-day moving average, 43.15, 43.73 now. Next high looking left is 49.46 or so. So there's a lot of room for this one to keep running if it wants to. I wouldn't chase it now. I'd like to see if it could maybe, what's the VWAP? 42.45, so it's way above the VWAP. And it's above the 200-day moving average. China stock, of course, got beaten up, regulation issues. I think it was something to do with the Chinese government. I think they're based in Hong Kong, right? So their Chinese government not allowing them to get customers in mainland China, something to that effect. So that just, obliterated the stock on these 2 days from 60 to 37. All right, guys, so that HKD is on the move a little bit here. Now the spread, yeah, I mean, it can go really crazy. You can jump from about a 20-cent spread to almost a dollar spread. So if you're going to take this one, just be really careful. Do not wander away from your computer. All right, guys, I'm going to have to make a decision here. Be a moment here, guys. I'm going to do something a little radical. Give me a moment. Yeah, let's see if this works. So it might be the server. I mean, this is even slow using an IB chart. Now, I'm going to test this out a bit. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, so there's the HKD. The HKD is on the move here. I mean, in a big way, but as I'm just pointing out, make sure you know that you don't wander away from your computer. If you take this trade, I wouldn't take too many shares because you know you're going to have to put a pretty wide stop, but it is definitely rocking now. Okay, so I will put them. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, let me get back to seeing what's happening here. So I have an IB chart loaded on my other Boy, look at this Bed Bath and Beyond. This is, yeah, they've they've wiped the shorts out for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, I think I'm looking at you guys talking, Denver and PJ. I think that the main thing, I think people, I'll use the now WBA. I'm not 100% sure I'll take this anyway, but you have to have some kind of a plan, right? And that's why I put price alerts. I'll put a price alert somewhere, and if it doesn't hit it, I just back off. It's that simple. And that's my plan, and does it always work? Of course not. But what it prevents me from doing is getting into something too soon or having no plan at all. I mean, if you don't have a plan to take a trade, and a plan could be based on, okay, pulling back to a certain moving average, pulling back to maybe a VWAP, breaking a certain level, and it's so easy to put price alerts. Just wait, and if it doesn't happen, then you just don't take the trade. It's really almost that simple. Now, again, just because I put a price alert somewhere doesn't mean that it's absolutely going to work, but at least I have a plan for taking the trade rather than just saying, well, this looks kind of good, I think I'll take it right here. And that's why, I mean, I'm not, as crazy as it sounds, a super active trader. And even if I weren't in this room doing what I'm doing, I would still trade. I'd have a little more focus, obviously, but it's not like I would be taking, okay, now that I can focus more, I'll take 20 trades a day. I never, ever was that trader that took 20 trades a day. Never. Hmm. That's a good analogy too. I mean, baseball, yeah. I mean, the great hitters, they'll foul off the ones that, look close so they don't strike out, but they wait for their, they will not wait for their pitch. And, they get their pitch. Hopefully they hit it. But even the great hitters, you can be a great hitter and only be right 3 out of 10 times, and you're still considered a great hitter. Okay, guys, kind of watching the ZI again. Let's see. I've got my. I better put my price alert down here around 25.90. That's weird. Okay, guys, so this is the AMTD. So this is kind of piggybacking on the HKD, okay? If you look at the names of these two companies, HKD and AMTD, you'll see there is a link. AMTD is nowhere near as volatile. And of course, I'm talking about the HKD a lot because there it is in the AI. Two separate strategies in the AI triggered it. Okay, so almost at the same price, not the same time though, 4 minutes later. All right, ZI is getting my attention again. I gotta make sure of this. I think it's 2463. I think. Let me back this weekly, daily chart out. Yeah, 2463 is the next low looking left for ZI. So this is getting my attention again. Who's your broker that you've got shorts for HKD blue collar? Okay, another attempt with the ZI, guys. See if this one works again. If it gets to 26, I'm out again. Really? E-Trade has shorts for HKD. Interesting. I know Interactive Brokers has shorts from time to time, but right now they've all been snapped up. Okay, ZI, get your. Basically, now I'm flat on the ZI. The first loss has now been covered. Now I know why people develop eye twitches. It's going to be an interesting marketing meeting today. All right, guys. Well, the good news is that the promo is still on. I just checked. So let's take a look at my homepage as I'm waiting to see if ZI can really continue down. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So that is not the promo code to use, okay? This is not valid anymore. New Year 25 though. Now, if you click on the Get Trade Ideas, so it's New Year 25 to use, okay? Like I want to make sure, I think I checked it this morning. I think it's still active. Yep, still active, guys. So you can still get 25% off a subscription. We have the 4 subscriptions, the premium and standard for annual and for annuals. Okay, so 2,000 less than 25%, 1,000 less than 25%. You can go monthly if you want. Like that's what I would do to start. Do not take out an annual unless you know you want the program. I know I say that all the time because you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund on an annual. So check us out on a monthly, 118, 228, less than 25% for the first month only. After that, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. But if you do want to take out an annual, if you take out a monthly and then within 30 days you think, you know what, I wouldn't mind having an annual, we'll honor the 25%. And the big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which of course gave you these two different ways to get into HKD. Also ZLab, okay? That's what the AI looks like. Now, if you do take out a subscription, I guess this link does not work, so I'm going to go down here afterwards. So I'll show you how to take a look at the 30-minute, 10 short videos, 30 minutes long. But you can sign up for the stock of the day that I do. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Trade of the week this week was AGI. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, I think it's still over the trigger price. I think the trigger was 10.14 or something like that. So it's still over the trigger price. Now here's the education link. And again, because of this, here's the user guide, but I don't think the user guide is bringing you to the, yeah, it's not really the user guide. If I go to education, still gonna, yeah, okay. So there's the getting started though. So if you click on the education link, you can click on the getting started. That is definitely working. You know, your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Okay, that's the first thing you should do if you take out a subscription. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1. So a little over an hour from now, I'll be taking a break. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that though. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the Discord and the Pro Rooms. Okay. So you can head over there if you'd like to listen to Steve for 1 hour. We're really revamping this, so I might have to get rid of this. I don't think we're not going to be doing the daily webinars like we were before. So I'll have an update maybe today during the marketing meeting. I'll find out exactly what the plan is. Educational videos about trade ideas right here. And Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. This is a free resource. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. You know, it starts off with some very basic things. You know, what is a stock? Introduction to charts, candlesticks, and it's a free resource. People are asking all the time, What would you recommend as a, where can I go to learn about trading? I think this is pretty darn good. Michael put this together. And my scans. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. You've heard me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdowns. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And these are the two races that you see. Okay, the races, biggest gainers from the open percent and large cap gainers open from the percent. These are the two races that you see. So I've got a lot of scans here. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, please use my link, my homepage link. Take out the subscription from here. The room is free, so the room will get credit for that, and I also get personal credit for that. Also, though, you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want, and that education section anytime you want. Meanwhile, the Megal is active again. MEGL. This is another one from the 10-day daily breakout right there. It was a little bit whippy. So what you're seeing here, what is DR means don't repeat. So this is the first time you see the alert, satisfy these filters. So HKD at 9:30 at 17:30. In this over here, beside it, this will show you every time a stock made a new high. So at the last time, 27.95. I mean, listen, I'm not saying this was an easy one, but there's $12 from 17.30 to 27.95. Did I say $12? How about $10? But this is the repeating version. Why I like to see this, that don't repeat, is because I can click on an alert and you'll see that there'll be a blue arrow. That'll show you the time of the alert on the candle, the 15-minute candle, and then you can kind of check to see, okay, what did it do from there? There's the SI, same sort of thing. There's the candle in which the alert happened, and what did it do from there? So it was at 12.99. So the alert was at 9.39. Price was 12.99. It got down to 11.32. I mean, do they all work, that well? Of course not. But these are ideas generated. You heard me talk about the WDC and why I really didn't like it. Now look what it's doing. It's actually a big bounce. Look at the market now, guys. So the market had a little bit of a momentary move upwards for about half an hour, and now we're trying to make new lows in the SPY anyway. So I'm sharing a lot of scans, as you saw, but we have a lot of scans up in our toolbar if you click on new. But I just want to point out that Trade Ideas is a scanner. A lot of screeners out there. We have screening capabilities, of course, and I'll explain what I mean. So if I click on from the toolbar, click on new and then dock channel bar, all of these channels you see here are theme-based channels. And so if I click on the momentum channel, and this momentum alert window that I have here, that you see here, is basically the same one that I'm sharing on my homepage. Okay. So all scans, if you want to find out what a scan is looking for, my scans or any scan you see, you just right click and click on configure. and then summary, and that'll tell you exactly what it's looking for. So this is the screening aspect. A lot of screeners out there, but this is the real-time alert aspect. This is the scanning aspect. So in this particular case, if a stock is between $1 and $50, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 11 o'clock. And these are the two key ones right here. 1,000% of normal volume in the last 1 minute, 400% in the last 5 minutes. So typically you get an alert here, you're going to see a nice big volume spike with stock making a new high of the day. That's what this alert is, a new high. So if all these values are met, all these filter values are met, and a stock makes a new high, that's why you're going to get a real-time alert. That's what the scanner is all about. So you can take a look at Hootie. If the chart would load. Okay, and you can kind of see a volume burst right there. So if you like this scan, you can have it, of course. All you have to do is take it out of this layout, and you do that by, and again, I'm not trying to tell you, going from A to Z about how to use trade ideas. That's all part of the guide. Now there's WBA. Maybe I will take the trade. But you right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window, okay? You have to take it out of this layout. Once you do that, there it is. It popped up on my other monitor. And now if you want, you can save this to the cloud, to your cloud. But if you wanted to, of course, you can make a modification before you do that. So for instance, if you looked at this and said, like the idea, but I'd like a different price range. Again, you click on that summary, click on the icon for price, and the box appears, and then you can make a change. Click on the summary, see how it's changed. And then I say, okay, so now you've taken the layout, the scan that we have created for you and modified it if you want. You don't have to, of course. And then you save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. So all I'm really trying to show you here is that you can go to the different channels, and you can select different scans that we've created that you might like as part of your layout. Once they're in their cloud, just file load from cloud, and you'll see them. Okay, you would highlight, load, file load from cloud again, highlight, load, etc. But I will caution you, do not have so many alert windows open, so many top list windows open that you're clicking like mad all day long and not getting anything done. Okay. It is the temptation to do that because you don't want to miss anything. Meanwhile, Megal has gone absolutely. Is it Megal that's going crazy or V-Ray? Oh no, HKD. HKD. Okay. All right. I think this is what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to. Maybe this will work. Okay, so I've gone back to like I've gone off that AWS server, so I hopefully things will be a lot better for me now. Look at the Megal, holy smokes! So the first alert for Megal, it was a little choppy, was at 204, 951. There was you can see the blue arrow right there. It did pop up, came right back down to the VWAP, and then exploded from there. Wow. Even a red bar ignored on the HKD. Here's the big test. Okay, well, at least it loaded. There's even a red bar, sort of a red bar ignored on the HKD. You have that the three green candles. You have a red bar on the 15-minute chart, almost totally engulfed by that previous green candle. You have a little topping tail above, so it's not technically it doesn't meet the parameters, but almost. And then the next candle is green. So you look at it this way, you've got an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then a continuation in that uptrend. And there is no reason for HKD doing this, okay? It's just one of those days in which traders decided today's the day we're going to pile in the HKD. When I say that, I mean there is no news on this one. Still in the ZI short, guys. Like to see it. Yeah, I got to watch this 2550 mark. It did get down there, but I'm going to have to watch that. Again, the next low looking left, it's still far enough away, about $1 away from that next low, 2463. I'm in at 2590, so I'm still, so I've covered my initial loss on that and made some, so we'll see what happens. Come on, ZI, get into the 50s and then allow me to take some off. So look at that red bar ignored. I just pointed it out. Look at the way. I mean, again, technically it is not because that red candle should be totally engulfed by that period, but it's not. So it's not quite. So again, if you're not familiar with HKD, you won't believe where it got to one day, $2,500. You won't believe it. And just so you know that I'm not making it up, take a look at the monthly chart and you're going to see a huge topping tail way up here. This is back in August, $2,562. So that's why traders are interested in this right now. I mean, nobody in their right mind thinks it's going to go back up to $2,500, but you know, and there was no reason for this. And now AMTD is starting to, move a little bit. Percentage basis is pretty darn good. This is linked with HKD. Didn't somebody say they were shorting this one? I hope you got out. The HKD. Hope you got out. Had to stop. Now I'm surprised it hasn't been halted, but it obviously hasn't met the standards of getting halted. My sound alert here is a symbol crash. So that's all I'm hearing. Symbol crash after symbol crash after symbol crash. You see right there? And of course, HKD has won 7 races now, so it's at the top of the leaderboard. Just to give you, I haven't talked about the races yet. But what you're seeing here, all races start from a top list window. Open the top list window. So you can create your own, of course. These are the 2 races I am sharing. And so you have to look at it this way. Before we had before we had the racing, a top list window was used to, take a look at maybe if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the day, either from the open or from yesterday's close. If you had the column header, that's all you had to do. Just double left click on that column header, and you can see that HKD is up 218% from yesterday's close. Unbelievable. Megal 84%, etc. If you want to look at the change from the open, HKD is from the opening trade of the day, it's up 87% from that opening trade. Great information, isn't it? But how are you going to use it to trade? So that's where the races come in. So in this particular top list window, here are my filters. So if HKD may blow through 50. The price is between $1 and $50, and the minimum volume 200,000 shares, and up 2% from yesterday's close. So if stocks meet those filter requirements, they're going to appear in this race if they are moving. So what do I mean by moving? So I run 4-minute races. This is almost to the end of a 4-minute race. There's 4 seconds, 3 seconds. So when this race is over, there will be a winner. It looks like the winner is going to be ATXG. And yes, it is. Okay, you see the last winner. Why did it win? Well, when the race, now a new race is going to start, just like any other race, they're all at a starting line. The gun goes off, boom. The stock that is moving the most you'll start to see it float up to the top of the leaderboard. Okay, you'll see stocks all day long doing that. Now, just because a stock is at the top of the leaderboard, doesn't mean it's going to stay there. Of course, it's just like any other race. So that's why you'll see over the course of the 4 minutes that I'm running my races, you'll see stocks moving up and down. Okay, so right now, HUDI, since this race started, HUDI, since the race started, has moved 3%. Okay, so it's the one that has moved the most. So you can look at the races as kind of a combination between a top list, which is going to show you the stocks that meet all those filter requirements, and then an alert window. Okay, now show me the stocks that meet all those filter requirements that are moving the most. And why this is very good if you're a new trader is that you'll see it automatically creates for you a watch list. So this gives you something that you can concentrate on all day long rather than trying to, click like mad on all the different alerts you're seeing. I've tried to warn you about not having too many alert windows and top list windows, but this allows you then just to focus on a few trades or on a few symbols all day long, because GSUN, I have no idea what GSUN is going to look like right now. It won 2 races earlier. Let's just take a look at it. Okay. So you might look at this and go, okay, this topping tail way up here, it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out, this area of 130, maybe it'll get going again. Put a price alert there, see what happens. Okay. This is why you've got to practice trading though, because all of these things can kind of set up later on. You might look at this HKD. I mean, this is an extreme example. And you might say, man, I missed it. But you know what? You might say, wow, what if it pulls back? I mean, it could. What if it pulls back to 25 or pulls back to the VWAP? Maybe it'll give, maybe it'll have a big sell off, pull back to a certain level, and then run again. We don't know, of course, what's going to happen. But that's why you can just set price alerts at different areas. And if the price alert happens, you'll know about it. So that's why I'm saying take a look at these. Just because they're not active right now doesn't mean later on they won't be, or it might set up later on. AM. Okay, there's the VWAP right here, 219. Maybe if it gets through that VWAP, maybe it'll get going again. So put an alert just above it, 225. And see what happens. If it takes it out later on, maybe it gets running again. We don't know, but at least it gives you an idea of what to focus on all day long. Now, this race here is maybe something that, if I were new to trading, I'd probably maybe look at this one before this one. This one is very volatile. You can see big percentage moves here. Typically, you will not see as big percentage moves here. The reason being is that I put a market cap minimum of 500 million and also a minimum float value of 50 million, 50. So these are still, you're going to still see the ones that are moving. You just won't see the big percentage moves. Now, while it's great to see big percentage moves, with big percentage moves up can also come with big percentage moves down. Okay, obviously you should be aware of that. So while this is way more exciting than this, but this as a new trader might be something you might want to concentrate on a little bit more. Okay. Don't do this to me. Don't stop loading my 15. Okay. So you might look at YY and say, okay, well, it held the VWAP, right? There's the VWAP at 37.95. It held the VWAP. Maybe it'll get going again. Or maybe you would want to wait for a break of the high of the day. I mean, it's up to you. This is why you have to practice trading, figure out your trading style. And these are part of the standard service. Okay, we get a question. I get a question like that quite a bit, actually. Do you need the premium service for this? No, part of the standard service. However, you do need, in order to have this here, this Brokerage Plus window and racing, you have to be using our downloadable application, not the web-based version. It's not available in the web-based version yet. What you're seeing here, by the way, this summit, Probably should have taken some profit. I was up 325. This is in the simulator. I was demonstrating how you can take a trade in the simulator. And I left this trade in for a couple of days to show you how you can actually practice swing trading in the simulator. So to get the simulator up and running, again, you need to be using our downloadable application. I will put in a link. I'll bet you're glad you didn't reshort that blue collar. So I just put a link in called Brokerage Plus. There are two videos. There's a short video shows you that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, don't worry. It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means this feature is not available for you. That's all it means. Okay, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. The second video is a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how to use this. How I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. So if you load it, a moment, to disconnect. So in order to load it, you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus. And here's your here's the Brokerage Plus window. You may have different column headings than me, but these are all customizable. And so what it should say is not connected. And then all you do is click on Sim and wait for the not connected to change to account. Just give me a moment, guys. Wait for the not, there we go. It took a while. So once it says account, then click on account and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. By the way, guys, I took myself out of the ZI trade, okay? That 2550 was just a little too tough for it to break. I might look at it again if it takes out 2550, but I'm out of the ZI trade. Short. Okay, so this is not loading the symbols. All right, I think all I have to do is reload it again. Just give me a moment though. I just want to try resetting the account. Okay, let me just reload. I think it's probably because I went through the change my connection. There we go. Okay, so when I click on an alert, the symbol will show up in the box. There's a quantity box. I can, these are predefined, but of course you can, put it whatever share amount you want. You can, this is the bid and the ask. So you can go either limit or market order. Let me, somebody was mentioning holo earlier today. I just want to go, I want to take one and show a little bit about money management. Okay, next on the hit parade, guys, it says NMTR. This is another one that's showing up in the 10-day daily breakout. Let's just take this one, okay? I just want to show you a little bit of money management. I'm going to take 500 shares. The bid ask, it's only a 2-cent spread, so you click the buy button and then send it, okay? Again, this is not something I would do. I'm chasing it, but let's see how, now somebody was saying it was taking a little while for it to show up, but we'll see how long it takes. I see what you mean. It's taking quite a while. Okay, so it took the trade at 265. Okay, I'm going to put a stop in at a stop order at 245. I'll explain why. You see on our chart, you'll see a red line that will say approximately minus 100. Come on. Okay, so there it is, minus 97.50. So why does it say that? So first of all, the way I trade is I'll have a checklist, and unless I can check every box, I will not take the trade. Now, now it doesn't matter what my checklist is, but a lot of the things that I see will have already been checked because of my scans. In other words, I won't see something outside of a price range that I like, a minimum volume that I like, things like that. So they're already when I get an alert, a lot of things have already been checked. And then, I'll take a look at the pattern quickly. I'll look left to see if it has some room, things like that. Okay. So let's assume that everything worked. I could check every box and I'll take the trade. But just because I think a trade is going to work doesn't mean it's going to work. So that's why you should have a stop. A stop meaning if it gets to a certain price, you want to be out of the trade and you just move on. Okay. And now here's the tricky part. Where are you going to put your stop? So the way I typically put stops is I'll look at a 15-minute chart or a 5-minute chart, and I'll try to determine where I think there's a support area so that if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. But support areas can be a little bit tricky. My idea of support may not be the same as yours. So if I were new to trading, this is what I would do. I might take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as my stop. You can practice, okay? Practice. The reason for doing that is that the low of the 5-minute candle is a defined number. There's no guesswork, okay? So when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if it's not working. And that will share size you. How? Well, the next aspect of trading, of course, is okay, if it doesn't work, how much am I prepared to lose on the trade? Hopefully it makes sense. If you've got a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So what I like to demonstrate in the simulator to make the math super simple is risking $100 a trade. And that's why I put my stop, notice my entry was 265 and my stop is 245. That's 20 cents away. Not because that's where I would really put my stop, but I wanted to make the math easy. Because if I'm risking $100 a trade, how many shares will I take? That is determined between the difference between my entry and my stop, which is 20 cents. And you would divide 20 cents into $100 and they get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares. But I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How many shares and by the way, I keep my risk amount virtually the same for every trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, $50 the next. Okay. I'm trying to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. That's how I trade. And so consequently, the number of shares I take will vary because it'll all depend on what the difference is between my entry and my stop. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet in which you can just type in your entry and your stop, and that'll tell you, assuming you have the same risk amount every trade, how many shares to take. So I took 500 shares. Why? Well, 500, if I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, 500 times 20 cents, $100. So that's number one. Number two is obeying your stop. In the simulator, it's pretty simple to obey your stop. Okay, it's play money, not your money. Who cares? I lose. Move on. And another thing, if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money live. Okay, you've got to be able to practice, make money in a simulator. Unfortunately, even if you can make money, it doesn't, necessarily translate to making money once you're trading live, because all of a sudden emotion comes into play. There's no real emotion here. You're practicing, no real emotion. But, and I guarantee it's going to happen. It happens to all of us. It doesn't happen to me very often anymore. I've been able to build up the discipline to obey my stop. But you get into a trade and you cannot believe it's not working. It starts to go down to your stop level. And, maybe there's even great news, which is not one aspect of my taking a trade, but, I would call that a bonus. The room is talking about it. Everything looks fantastic and it still isn't working. So human nature being what it is, a lot of times you'll just disobey your stop, just saying, it'll come back. So, that $100 manageable loss turns into 200, 300, 400, 500, or worse. And then you finally give up and you sell it and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. It's going to happen. Almost as worse. And those of you who have been in the room for a few years, you know what I'm going to say. Almost as worse is not obeying your stop, being down $300, $400, $500, and then it turns around. Now you're up to $300, $400, and you go, "Oh, so glad I didn't obey my stop. I knew it would come around." Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop is just not the way to is not good money management. You can always get back into a trade. Okay. Commissions are so cheap now that there's no excuse. That used to be the excuse. I mean, in the old days where you might be paying $200, $300, $400, to buy and to sell, it was really tough. Really tough to do something to get out of a trade because you didn't want to pay the commission and get back in because commissions would kill you. We're in either a commission free or very, very low commission environment. So that's not a reason not to get out of a trade. And think of it this way: you get into a trade and maybe something happened in the market. Maybe what you were in, maybe it's a little too market dependent, and all of a sudden the market turned on you, and you got taken out. But what if the market comes back? Maybe that same stock may set up again. You can always try it again. So that's about it, guys. Practice trading, okay? All right, guys, it's 11:33, so I just want to confirm that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room. Okay, sorry about that. Jamie, not Jamie, Steve. I just want to confirm it'll be Steve in our YouTube room when I take my break in about half an hour, a little less than half an hour. Sometimes he and Andy swap, so I'm just going to confirm it'll be Steve. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. Is that I moved back down again? Or this is another one, guys, another lifetime low. We saw this one yesterday, SEER, another lifetime low. Man. Not Ding Dong, though. Ding Dong is trying to get away from its lifetime low. DDL, what a move all day long for DDL. What a move. There was, if I'd seen this earlier, this was a red bar ignored, the 10 o'clock 15-minute candle. The entry would have been around 577. Yeah, I remember that one, NMTR being a reverse split a while back. Yeah, okay, I'll explain what a red bar ignored is, or a green bar ignored, it's the same. Let me bring up a big question is, can I explain a little bit more in more detail what a red bar ignored is? Again, as I said before, this was technically not exactly, but it was very close. So look at HKD on the 15-minute chart. Okay, it doesn't matter what time frame, but I'm using a 15-minute chart here. Notice this uptrend, of course, we've got the 3 green candles. Then you see that red candle. Now, for it to be a true red bar ignored, this red candle should have been totally engulfed by that previous green candle. You can see there's a little topping tail there, okay? So, but that's why I said it's almost a red bar ignored. But let's pretend that that actually was totally engulfed. That red candle was totally engulfed by that green candle, okay? And then the next candle is green and moves above the high of that red candle. That is what's called a red bar, or a red bar ignored in this case. Just think of it like this. You have an upward trend, you have a pause in the trend, and then the trend continues. Okay? That's what that's all about. And it doesn't matter the time frame. You could look at a weekly chart, a monthly chart, a daily chart, a 1-minute chart. You know, these are patterns. And again, the theory being that it's just a pause in the uptrend. And it can, now, does it work like this all the time? Of course not. Okay. And the other one is the green bar ignored. It's the same, just flip the idea. You've got a bunch of red candles down, and you've got a green candle, and then another red candle after that. So, you know, you've got just a pause in the downtrend. All right, it is Steve going to be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. Okay, so before I take a break, I will put the YouTube link in so you guys can head over and listen to Steve. And again, Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. And so you can ask him anything you want, but AGI was the trade of the week. And I think it's working. I think the trigger, somebody maybe refresh my memory, was it 1014 or something, or 1014, 1020, something like 1017. Yeah, I mean, this is a definition of an alpha stock, DDL. You know, you may hear the term, you know, we're always looking for alpha. Okay, so this is a definition of an alpha stock. Why? Look what it's doing. It doesn't care at all about what the market's doing. Is kind of back up what Cody was saying, these stocks seem unaffected. So yeah, I mean, this is a classic. I mean, that's a great illustration of an alpha stock. The stock just absolutely, completely doesn't care what the market's doing. Thank you, Pepe. So yeah, so AGI, so the trigger was 1017. So it's a gold play. So it's still working quite nicely. It got up to 11, what, 1095 yesterday. The trades of the week, and Steve will go over it probably in more detail if you ask him about them. And these are designed for longer term holds. But how you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is completely up to you. But it is a free service. You'll get it. You'll get an idea or the trade of the week about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning, and it's a free service. Not easy to try to come up with one symbol to be the trade of the week. And actually, AGI, I mean, if you didn't get in it earlier, I mean, there is an interesting look at it. 1057 is the VWAP. So you broke through the VWAP, but it's a gold play. So, you probably want to have maybe a gold ETF up and running just to see if it's really affected by the overall gold market, GLD or something. Don't do this to me. Yeah, it still seems to be a bit of an issue typing symbols in. So yeah, so just look at GLD and look at AGI, kind of similar, coming back. Interesting, GLD is below the VWAP. But if you're going to be playing something in a sector, you should probably know what the overall sector is doing, unless that stock has some specific news to it, which in that case it may not matter what the overall sector is doing. But in this case, AGI, I think it's just a pure gold play. I don't believe that it has any specific news for it. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Sorry about that. All right, guys, 11:45. So I see Steve has just popped into our YouTube room. Okay, guys, so I'm not in anything right now. I'm just I'm gonna bide my time anyway. I'm gonna be taking my break in about 15 minutes. So just biding my time. I haven't looked at Tesla all day. Well, still not double digits. So there's that. Boy, data. Finally had a little bit of a pullback. Not much, but oh no, I was thinking of DDL. Sorry. So data, so you can kind of see, I mean, this could be a trading plan for somebody. All right. Look at data, DADA. Look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the VWAP. Okay. Look at the VWAP at 11:13. See what it did? It had 1, 2, 3 15-minute candles getting close to that VWAP area. Looks like the VWAP held and then started to move off it. That could be a trading strategy for somebody. It's not mine. I mean, I don't mind trading off that, but it's not something, it's not like a primary for me. You know, I'm more of a momentum trader, but I mean, that could be, so you could have looked at that and said, okay, I'm going to put an alert around the VWAP, see what happens on this pullback. Will it hold? And if it does, then you can take the trade and put your stop at the VWAP and see what happens. Practice. That could turn out to be a great trading strategy for somebody. And Steve's going to be in the YouTube room soon, and he loves the 10 SMA. You know, a pullback to the 10 SMA, which is this one right here. That's the blue line. I mean, to the point that he'll never. And it's probably if you're starting out, I mean, a lot of people don't like to chase momentum, and I don't chase momentum. In other words, I'm not going to buy this, right here. It's been up for 15-minute candles. I'm not buying it. I'm maybe going to wait to see if it would base just a little bit and then pop through again. Okay, so it's not like I'm chasing a stock up. I want to see something that's maybe moved and then base a bit and then pop. That's kind of my style. But Steve, what he'll do, he may not take any trade unless it moves down to the 10 SMA. He just waits for that to happen. If it doesn't happen, doesn't take the trade. Now here's another one. Look at DCPH. DCPH held the VWAP. There's the VWAP, that purple line on my 15-minute chart. Held the VWAP. And if you don't know what the VWAP is, I mean, it's an acronym, but volume weighted average price. And you can look, you go to Investopedia or something like that, and it'll explain it. But think of it like this: that there's a lot of action at that price, volume wise. Yeah, well, I'm not in it. The WBA, I'm not in it. I know I talked about it earlier, but 35. Where is the next low? I think it was 34.40. Yeah, that's kind of what kept me out of it. I thought maybe that low there wouldn't be too dynamic. I'm going to do something here, a little test for me. I'm going to go back to that AWS. Maybe they've been working on okay, maybe they've been working on the charts, guys, because now all right, guys, look at REL here, RELL. Look at the room. Does this have, yeah, this has got some room, guys. RELL, actually in an earnings play. Didn't see it at all. It released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the mauve area on the 15-minute chart. You can see that it had a nice pop after hours based on earnings. But once the market opened, gave up everything and more. Not only did it take out its close of yesterday, but it's actually gone negative, and the 200 day is down here at 17, so that's far enough away. And I think the next low, yeah, it looks like around 1803. So there is some room. Now for me, I'd probably have to wait for a 19 break. So what I'll do is I'll put an alert down here, say 1896, and see if it takes that out. Okay, and then the next low down here is around, it would be about $1 away. So see if it takes it out later on. Now, again, just because if it takes it out doesn't mean I hop into the trade. It'll depend on the pattern. Okay, but certainly I wouldn't mind seeing a whole number break, and it's an earnings play, so it's got the news that's affecting it. Not very much volume though. Now looking at the volume is pretty bad. And now I'm also looking at the spread, which is pretty bad, 1902, 1917. So I'm kind of talking myself out of this right now. The spread isn't good and the volume is not great. I mean, the relative volume is, 4.6 times normal, but it's not a lot of volume. Oh yeah, so yeah, flattened order, yes. You're getting it as a market order, yes. No, I'm talking about going, well, I'm talking myself out of it because I don't like the spread and the volume, but I was looking at shorting REL, RELL, but not unless it broke through 19. But I say I've sort of talked myself out of it now because I didn't, when you look at the spread, here's the spread, 1903, 1919. Okay, 1904, 1919. So I probably will not mess around with that. Okay, guys, Steve is going to be taking over for me pretty soon. So I'll just put my announcement in. Back tomorrow. Uh-huh. And here is the link, the YouTube link. You can head over there and listen to Steve for the hour. every day, every single day. Well, not every day, but since December, what, 22nd, ARBK was a 35-cent stock, 36-cent stock. It is now a 176-cent stock. And it's just had this day. Every time, it goes up, you think, well, that's got to be it. And that's got to be it. That's got to be it. And it just keeps moving up and actually has earnings after hours today. Yes. Well, I don't know if that's who you referred to or refer him by, Peter, but yeah, that's Steve Gomez. Yes. I don't call him Stevie G. Okay, I heard a little pop there. That is my relief. Hi, Steve. Okay, guys, first of all, I'm going to put myself on mute in Discord room and the main room, so you guys can head over there now. Steve is in the room. You can hear me, right, Steve? Steve?
Say that
I hear
again.
the little ping.
Here we go.
Okay.
All right.
So, Steve, I am confused. I was on the AWS, and you've heard me probably rant about it all morning. Well, if you haven't, I have been. But I went back to the primary, and you're telling me that AWS prod and primary are the same?
One and the same.
Because,
Yes. The primary is the forward-facing user connection that everybody shares. The other one is a production version. That's what AWS production meant. So it was more of a behind-the-scenes version. So they've both been working okay for me, but I've been on, as you can see here, I've been on primary, and I have not really had that many issues all morning. So knock on wood. We'll see if that can be.
well, when I went to primary, I wasn't having any issues, but my issues that I was having was on the AWS prod.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I
So
went,
users
but
don't
now
have
I'm
that
back on
connection.
AWS prod,
Yeah.
and it seems to be
Well,
kind of working. So,
I think people who don't realize that Dave May, of our CTO, probably has slept 6 hours in the last 4 days. And
mhm.
he's busy like a man throwing levers behind a curtain as best he can over there in real time, taking back our feedback and our troubleshooting. So it's all being fine-tuned in real time.
Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Well, I need a break. So,
Yeah.
are you good to go till 1, or do you have to leave earlier?
Well, we do have the developers meeting, which is going to be interesting. So, whenever,
Yes.
I'll take over
Okay.
now.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. Let me make sure we're good. I can hear myself, see my screen. Hello. Okay, yeah, I will elaborate on that, Tiny Tim. And yes, Peter, it is me. So, if you have any issues, Peter, I'm happy to demonstrate for you. I know you're having trouble recreating your 4 races. But going back to Tiny Tim, he was asking about my A table. So this is, the reason it's called the A table is there was once a period in time where the market was going up like crazy. And I used this filter called the stock composite rating. And I gave that a minimum score of 90, which is like an A student, meaning this stock is stronger than hell on all fundamentals and technical merits. And it's like a composite, investor's business daily score. And we had a period in time when the market was rallying higher, and stocks with composite scores of 90 or higher still had a high short float. So the concept of me creating the scan was, what in the hell are these people thinking, or what are they missing, or what am I missing? And if this market runs away higher, these things could squeeze short. So watch, if I adjust this to 90, we're probably going to get nothing. We have 2 stocks that are above 90 score with a high short float. That chart tells me nothing. That's not tradable. And TH, okay, what is this? Target Hospitality, never heard of it, but it's got a 94 composite rating because it's a strong stock, but for some reason it still has 25% short the float. So this really is a one and only example of how the A table came to be about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. And hang on one second, I'm just reading something here. So this was the typical setup that I would look for, and that's why I called it the A table. I've just never really changed the name, Tiny. I suppose I could change the name to just short squeezes. But you mentioned you have a different version, and I've tweaked it, over the months and years. And so now I'm basically just saying, give me all the students with at least, a 50, at least they're showing up for class. I got a 50 on the composite rating. So maybe you're not having the same composite rating filter that I have, and the short float of minimum 20. So when we do that, now we've got this giant table. Well, that's a popular name, SI. That was pretty interesting yesterday, and then it just basically ruined everybody overnight. But this thing has a giant short float. Oh, there's the reason, earnings. Okay. Skin, let's take a look at these. All right. So these are downtrending stocks. Not always the best thing to try and place your bets on a short squeeze on a stock that's downtrending, because the shorts are in control. Again, the original concept of the A table was the shorts were not in control. We were in a runaway bull market. I was looking for strong stocks with an A grade that had high short float. So that's how this scan has evolved over the months and quarters. Tiny, hopefully that makes sense. We can go through a few of those and see if I like any of them. Rel, I think you're asking somebody. No, I wouldn't touch a chart like this. I'm not really sure what's going on there. RELL. There we're going. I saw the 8 pop in there. Nope. RELL. Try that again. I saw the earnings date. So post earnings, rough engulfing downside candle. I don't think I'd try and jump in the way of that. There's a lot of people who are frustrated today and probably getting out. All right. So looks like we're on par here with the chat window. If anybody was sent in here for a reason, for a demonstration, now is a good time to ask in the chat window, and I can do something to show you. Peter, if you want to elaborate on the issue you were having with the 4 races and saving them, I can try and help you that. Go ahead, Tanny. If you got one more question, we've got a lot of time. You got the floor. Is there a scanner for trend from Mike? There's many different ways in which you could approach that. I mean, one of the ways you could approach it is just to simply use what I was just showing here. We could just easily just go new top list window and make it as simple as the score. Remember, the score rating is a composite of many different things. So we use points. So we'll pop that in there, and anything with an 80 score or higher should be trending, maybe 85. So we've got basics, price, volume, average daily volume. That's enough. So let's go ahead and click that list, and we're going to get a list of really nice looking stocks. And you can sort this however you want. It looks like it's currently sorted on volume. We could sort on change from the closed. And so anything with a high score here, these are trending stocks. I mean, it's as simple as that. That's the reason they have a high score. And look at that. That's one of the reasons we created this, was because, as I said on the onset, there's many different ways in which you could try and identify what's a strong trend. Position and range, above moving averages, change over certain day. But that's what the score filter does for you automatically. And that's why it's so powerful. So, Mike, that's a great filter to use, the stock composite rating. It's just going to show you strong stocks. I mean, you could just create this list right here and just call this relative strength, you know, relative strength / trending stocks. And it's as simple as that. Now, yeah, looks like a pretty good list of ideas, and you can sort however you want. And then just so you know, for new users, I can copy and paste that into the chat window, and people can use that. So that was for you, Mike. All right, Tiny's second backup question. I've been trying to make a very good volume burst alert in a pair with a top list to check at the end of the day to make a list of stocks that do not normally get the volume bursts. Barry gave me a good suggestion yesterday, but I have lots of noisy alerts. I don't know what Barry's suggestion was, but there's a couple things that we can do. So there's two ways in which you can really try to monitor volume. Now, one of them is relative volume, you probably know, but the relative volume is going to be kind of a running value all day long. As I type that in, there's another keyword match here, high relative volume. Let's see what high relative volume is. So if we just click on that and go to the help page, high relative volume is giving us an alert. It's an event, so it has to be an alert window. It's not a top list. When stock is trading on a higher volume than normal, let's see what time of day, historical, okay, broken into 15-minute intervals. Current volume must be up a minimum of 50% over the historical average. So that's another item that you could, relative volume, but the number changes throughout the day. So Tiny, this is another one, high relative volume there on the search, but this has to be in an alert window. This becomes your event, and then you can put all your filters in there and try and see which ones are doing high relative volume. The other one that comes to mind that Barry may not have talked about was call it 5-minute volume. It's right there on the shelf. Anybody can use it. And if you add that filter, it's basically saying in the last 5 minutes, 100 minimum would be a normal 5-minute candle. All right, you can do this with 15, 20, 30s, and 60 candles if you want. You say, oh, show me all the stocks where in the last 5 minutes we've got a burst of volume that's 3 times normal. That's how you would use that filter, the 5-minute volume percent. And as you can see, if we close my window here, up in my single stock window, that is a major data point for me. You see how I'm watching these? So not only do I get the relative volume, which as you said, is just kind of changes throughout the day, but these volume bursts of 1 and 5-minute volume bursts, you can add those to your single stock window. You can add those to your scan. Or lastly, Tiny, as I said, that little volume burst that we saw, that event, what was it called? This guy, high relative volume. It goes on 15-minute spikes. So that one might be one to explore too. So there's a lot of different ways in which you can try and approach that. All right, let me back up here. Hopefully that helps, Tiny. Peter, what does day trader look for in stock composite? What does a day trader look for? It's a good question, Peter. The stock composite rating is probably much more geared for swing trading because it's looking at a longer time frame. It's just going to give you, as a day trader, it's just going to give you one more thing to look at and say, oh, okay, this thing's in an uptrend. The buyers are in control. If I'm long and have a good entry, hopefully this thing will continue on the major daily trend. So the score rating, I mean, I don't know if, there's no reason a day trader can't use it. I mean, if you only want to buy strong stocks that are day trading, then you can use that. But it's a more of a 40,000 foot view filter, in my opinion. And sometimes day traders know specifically what they want. All right, catching up here. So Ron's got a question. Is there a scanner you use to try to find stocks that are perking up into a new bull market, not looking for the holy grail, just something to use when sort of a bottom is in months or years down the road? Oh, well, there's well, right off the bat, there's no way to predict. Trade Ideas is not a predictive vehicle. The AI tries, but it squeaks along. Trade Ideas is an event alert to let you know something is happening that you wanted to see, and we can pare that down into 1 minute intervals, or we can look at that on a daily. And in your case, you're looking for stocks that are perking up into a new bull market, not looking for the holy grail. Let's see. There are some old scans that I think it's called. Let's try a couple of ideas here, because that way I don't have to start from scratch. Andy had one, and the key word was fishing. Let's go fishing. Revenue growth fishing. Let's just see what these iterations look like. Okay, so ideally, I know these were stocks that were down, but we're trying to fish for something that might have a turn. So NVAX, okay. Your question is this something that could be turning for months to come? Well, the only thing that we really can try and gauge on is maybe some fundamental work here. And that's why this Let's Go Fishing scan might be up your alley of what you're asking for, Ron, because technical analysis just gives us the historical rear view mirror view and the footprints in the sand, and we can try and elaborate and extrapolate where we think we would go from here. Now, I'd look at NVAX as a trader here and say this thing's still in a downtrend, but it's hitting this 20-day moving average here. So that kind of scares me as a technician. But let's get to the point of your question here, and I'm talking about fundamentals. So I think what Andy has done here is okay, position in 3-month range. Here's the first deal. Okay, so in a 3-month range, the value of 0 equals the 3-month low, and the value of 100 equals the 3-month high. So what Andy did here is he capped that 3-month range at 30%. So we're only seeing stocks that have been beaten up, and over the last 3 months, they're no more than 30% above that 3-month range. So we're trying to catch them early. And then we move on to the fundamentals. Okay, is this thing got potential? Actually, I just had a thought. Let me grab that before I even. Are insiders buying? What do we have by insiders? You could even look at held by insiders and maybe even add that filter if you wanted to. That's another concept. But here we go. Revenue quarterly growth, 17%. So these stocks are down. They're no more than 30% off their 3-month lows, but they're showing growth, revenue quarterly growth. Okay. And then we're back to this position and range. Now we're looking at a 10-day range. So the low of the 10-day equals 0. The high of the 10-day range equals 100. So we've kind of changed our magnifying glass here, our lens, and we're looking at a 10-day lens and saying, okay, but over a 10-day span, these things need to be on the 70th percentile or higher. So weak on the 3-month, a little stronger on the 10-day. Revenue growth is positive. Stock is down. This could be a list in which you can build from. You have to come through and look at them one by one, and then start doing your due diligence. Maybe even look for insider buying. I tuned in last night to Wolf Trading, and Michael Moss was on there talking, and one of the guys was saying this could be the point in time in which you really add that to your repertoire. Are the CEOs and the insiders buying the stock because they know that this is a good value down here? It's a tough question that you've asked, Ron, because there's no way to predict what's going to happen. But this is where I think fundamentals can start to come into play, and you can use the fundamental filters on our platform to help do that. So, I'll share this with you, but this would be the basic concept that I would have come out of the box and just talked to you about to begin with. So since this is already built, I'll let you have this and anybody else that wants it. But it's a good example of using the fundamental filters. Revenue, growth, and then fishing is the key word, because we're fishing something that's in a downtrend. So hopefully that helps. All right, back to Tim. How long does it take Trade Ideas to update its revenue fundamental data from an earnings? I know that float update and short float update and things like that, they don't happen overnight through our data provider. Sometimes it takes, well, for instance, those types of data, float and short float, they're only updated twice a month. So we're at the mercy of the downstream of our data provider. And we're at the mercy of our data provider, and to upload its revenue and fundamental, it's whenever they update it. I don't know. If you wanted a more specific answer, you could email us, and I could try and send that to the department to give you a specific item, but they'd probably want to know which item are you talking about specifically. Every night, Trade Ideas goes through an overnight process, and all data dumps are updated into our system. And if there's no update from the data provider, then we don't have it. All right, did I miss something, Ron? I meant that the scan might not be applicable until months or years when the downturn ends. Well, let me know, Ron, if that's a good start, because I think that's really the best answer I can give you. It's a combination of fundamentals and technicals. It's kind of like my A table. You know, I was looking for strong stocks in a bull market that had a high short float. Andy's kind of doing the reverse when he designed this revenue growth fishing, looking for weak stocks, but instead of a high short float, they've got high revenue, quarterly revenue growth. Same concept, looking for kind of a divergence there, like what's the market missing. So that's going to be the best. Yeah, good. Okay, that's going to be the best direction I can point you in. Again, that's where the fundamentals might start to come in. And so let's continue to go through again, you know, this high short float scan I have here, the A table, it's still called. A lot of stocks are going to be in downtrends. Now, some of them might not be. I try to avoid the pharmaceuticals. They're so sketchy. Oh yeah, so on the heels of my comment of Trade Ideas needs to have an overnight process, it clears all the data points. And sometimes people come to us in the morning and they say, hey, why do I still have positions? Or why isn't this showing that? Or one of the first things you need to remember to do is don't leave this thing running overnight. You've got to turn Trade Ideas off, as Peter said, and let it recycle, let it refresh, and get the new data points, because that will cause problems for sure, especially if you're trying to trade, auto trade, or sim trade. All right, so going back through these, this HGGM, interesting. Okay, so this is really interesting. I would look at something like this and I would say, wow, this thing is really trying to hold the line here. Something happened, you know, whatever news was, we could look back and try and figure out what the news was. I don't know. Maybe it was earnings. But reading the tea leaves, here it came in and settled, and I see this 10 SMA moving up. So I start to look at this and go, I might need to keep an eye on this, because what do we got here? We've got a single stock window that's jacked. 32% short the float. Oh, a tiny float of 690. So that's like almost, that's a tough one. I don't like to play stocks that are that low, but they can do things in the right way and the wrong way. But what I was going to get at here is, boom. Today it broke. So if I was buying this thing, I would have expected it to hop off that moving average immediately. Now it's just kind of bleeding and it's not doing anything. So this is the kind of signal that I get, you know, that maybe the short float here is not going to materialize. And don't get married to that concept just because you think you're right, the market is right. Let's take a look at a few more ideas here that have high short float. ASO, I've seen this one. This one's odd, you know. It's a retailer, but at the same time, it's Academy Sports and Outdoors. You know, seems that's a strong looking stock. So this thing has a 70% stock rating, 70. You know, not bad, but it's still being oppressed here under its moving averages. But if ever there was a day where you could just say, all right, well, let's just down the road, if it ever wanted to take out that level, I'll give myself some notes here and remind myself it's 30% short the float. And there's probably a lot of people thinking retail needs to go down, but maybe this particular type of retailer is holding up well in this weird environment we're living in. So there is my price alert. I've set it and forget it. I gave myself a note that if it did break out through there, the reason I set that alert is because there's a possible short squeeze coming. So this is how you use this scan. You just kind of go through and look for ideas. I'm not going to chase anything like that. It's had 3 green days. I'm looking for consolidation in a sideways pattern or an uptrend. And you literally got to go through 20 charts sometimes before you see something that you might like. You know, Chewy, people are giving up on their pets. Okay, it doesn't look good. Therapeutics, I try to stay away from biotechs. So that one had a short squeeze. You just never really know where they're going to come, but what you can do is anticipate these things like I did. So I went through here, and the only thing of interest to me really was this ASO. So if ASO decides it wants to blast up and trigger this price alert, I might be interested in that trade. So I'm creating future setups just by going through here and taking some time and setting price alerts. Because if it happens in real time, I'm doing something else. I'm probably not paying attention. So you've got to use the program. And again, it alerts us in real time to tell us that, okay, it's doing something that we wanted it to do, or we wanted to be alerted to. I noticed that HKD was showing up on the AI today. Yeah, look at that. How about that? The AI came back to life again. I don't know how much Barry's told you, but we had a major server migration, and there's little things that are popping up here and there. It's all going to be good for the long run. And what I mean by that is eventually, when the coding is now correct, we have the ability to build on top of this new platform that we've migrated to at Amazon. And down the road, significantly, months, but we'll have more ability to cross-platform into mobile and Mac and web and HTML5 and things like that. So it's been a rough week. I know some people have had some issues. We've been working through them, but the AI was not working the first couple of days, but it's back, tuned in today, dialed in. And I brought that up only because I was going to go through the races here. And one thing I have been doing, if I have the time, is I'm literally like setting an alarm, and I'll use East Coast time. We'll call it 11 to 12. Actually, I'm going to call it more like 10:30 to 11:30. If I'm able to, if I'm not distracted, I'll start coming through and looking through these race winners. Now, again, what I've done, I'm showing. Right click again, show top 10. If you have this menu item, show top 10, you've got to click that. That gives me the concept that HKD won 16 races today. This guy, this stock, has been strong. But back to my concept of how I try to use this sometimes, every now and then I'll jump into a day trade, but it's got to be during that time of day. And I heard Barry allude to it before I came on, looking for strong stocks that have sideways or pulled back and are consolidating at the 10 SMA. So in hindsight, that's the sweet spot of the day that I would want to look. I mean, we're already midway into lunch. A lot of these would have expired, but here's a possibility. This pullback there, although I probably would have passed on it because when I look at the daily chart, it's very extended. So what I'm getting at here is I'm not a day trader, but I've been known to take 1 or 2 trades a day. So maybe this HUDI, maybe I noticed this on the open and it won 4 or 5 races. And right about here, I decided, maybe I'll take a chance with this guy. And if I'm wrong, my out is not too bad. But if I'm right, I can stay in and ride that momentum line. But I've been trying to do a bit more of these. But I want to, again, preface it by saying it's got to be the right time of day. And definitely lunchtime and after lunchtime, I'm not interested. The momentum to me kind of comes in 2 shifts. It comes on the open, and then everybody sees it, and then we get consolidation, and then I try to look for that second momentum push, around 11:30, 12, 11, I'm sorry, 10:30, 11, 12, and that's that sweet spot of the East Coast time zone. Tim, my volume alert shows HUDI. Any recommendation to only see volume alert on otherwise quiet stocks, but not poop stocks? Let's see, HUDI. Okay, so otherwise quiet stocks, not popular stocks. Yeah, what you could do is you could use an average daily volume, I believe. Let's see if that would work. What I'm getting at is saying if you have an average daily volume, you could say, I only want to see stocks, that average over the last 10 days, 20,000 shares a day. And what's that? I've got the data point right here. So what is this one? Let's see. 1 million, average daily volume, 1 million. No, doesn't sound right. Or maybe it is. Do you see only volume alert? Okay, let me look at the others. Box D. That one normally does. I'm going to have to open this up a little bit because this single stock window is killing me. All right, stay. Average daily volume 800. Trying to figure out, do you want to see stocks coming into today that have very low volume, or do you want to avoid the stocks coming into today that have very low volume? Because the more I think about it, if we use an average daily volume, then it wouldn't show up on the days when it is exploding. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, I look at charts like this all the time. That chart looks scary. It's like a porcupine. It's just nature's way of saying, caution. I am unpredictable. That's just a mess. That's not even a chart to me. That's a mess. So I'm trying to figure out if you want to find out how to get rid of the stuff with average daily low volume, or if you only want to see things that have come to life while having average low volume. Stocks that are not barcoding more days than that. Okay, let's try this. So average daily volume. We're still getting a lot of stocks that, yeah, even if you put in an average daily volume of 3 months of 500,000 shares, that's what I would suggest. Okay, then this VIRI would not show up because it averages only 200,000, and especially the ones underneath that. So you would just go to configure and play around with this. Just go to average volume, and we've got 5-day, 10-day, 3 months. I would say 3 months. And you could add that filter and say these stocks need to do at least 500,000 shares a day over the last 3 months, if that's what you're looking for. Yep. Yeah. Longer period of time. So go the full 3 months and then try 500,000 shares and see if that works. That's usually my benchmark. I like 500,000. Check in with the market here and see what's going on. I see things going to lows, but this market does not want to sell off. It's like it's literally waiting for just that one Fed comment. But technically, this looks terrible. I've tried to short a couple times here, and I've just got back out again because I didn't want to sit through the minutes yesterday. And I mean, I was short. Tell you what, I was short right there, and I was salivating. I thought, here we go. Very next day, what did they do? Gap it up and make me flat the trade. It's been very difficult looking at the indices for direction, even though a lot of smaller stuff is doing otherwise. Okay, I think we're caught up with questions here. Charts seem to be good. If anybody's having chart issues, please let us know. Here's one right here. So if I click on DVA, notice it's already zoomed in. This seems to be a bit of a bug, and we're working through it. It's been reported. So I click DVA again, and it sorts itself out. That's the zoom that I want. I like about 2.5 days of data on my 15-minute chart. Gives me a good feel. COP, same thing. So I've got to click in again. So it's kind of a caching issue. And we're working with Amazon Web Services now to try and figure out how to keep the cache from disappearing, meaning once you've brought up a symbol, it should stay in there for everybody, not just you. All right. Looks like we're caught up. Let me just see what's going on here sector-wise. China, you just can't stop China. Wow. Andy has been on that since way back here. I don't know what he saw, but he has done a very good job playing the China stocks, and I haven't. So kudos to Andy for really putting those on the radar. Yeah, probably that's probably the best place to go. There's that, and I've got another one called Above All Moving Averages I can bring up and share. So let me just above all major averages, we'll load that one. And we get some names there as well. What is this color code? Okay, so it's color coded change by close. And so everything on here is above all the moving averages. So these are kind of like strength alerts. That's one way to do it. The other way, as you said, Market Explorer, TI strength. All right, darn it. Market Explorer, TI strength alerts. Okay, so there's the window for those. Now, these are Michael's algorithms, the actual trade ideas strength alerts. And again, it's just a relative relative strength. It's just a relative strength list, which also happen to be above all key moving averages, just sorted differently. So I'll give you this one. And then the other one is right there in the Market Explorer, as you saw. Of all moving averages. So Peter, hopefully you are on. I know you've been having chart issues, but tools, options, this connection tab. You should have primary in there. That's what you should have, primary. It's now connected to the AWS. And as I said, Dave is busy throwing levers in real time, trying to fine tune the server load for the charts and make them work for everybody. That's the starting point. That being said, if something doesn't load correctly, again, click another symbol and then come back to it. That's really what I've been doing. When I can't get something to just click, I just click another symbol and come back to it. It just kind of refreshes the chart load. Oh, I'm sorry. I never hit paste. There you go, Tim. Sorry. So that's what we say when we're working on it, Peter. We've moved to Amazon Web Services instead of a data center here in San Diego. We're now in the cloud. They can throw hang on a second. They can throw levers in real time, and it's a real time trial and error is what I'm trying to say, Peter. The guys are working feverishly to continue to monitor the server loads and the chart loads and try and turn the dials and find the right settings. It's something that we couldn't do here at our local data center. The ability to have people remotely sit and manage a virtual platform such as AWS now, we're learning in real time. I think we did pretty good, really. There was a pretty stressful switch over the new year. But now we're finding instances. Certain people have old connections or old legacy versions, or things are popping up, and we're trying to whack-a-mole as we can in real time and give you guys the workarounds as we can. Just clicking through some. It's kind of a manic back channel day here on Slack. All right, looks like we're all cleared up. Anybody have any other things they want to demonstrate? Have me demonstrate. Hello, Ronnie. Okay, so the only thing that we have in Trade Ideas that pertains to Insider, we go to search and we use the keyword Insider, held by insiders. So that's the only data point that we have held by insiders, the percentage. In terms of, I know there's some good sites out there in terms of insider transactions. Maybe somebody can chime in and help point Ronnie in the right direction. I don't really look at that a lot, so I don't know where to go, but it would be outside of Trade Ideas. Probably Yahoo Finance, Google Finance, FinViz. They might have more on those, but the keyword. Let me just see if there's any other keyword I'm missing. Buy, buying. Purchase. Yeah. I think that's the only thing we have. Insider, held by insiders, and the percent of. So if you're looking for like, yeah, we don't have a whole lot that pertains to beyond that. So you'd probably have to go outside and search insider trading activity. I would try maybe FinViz and some of those other static websites that maybe have a bit more of that free Yahoo Finance type stuff. My silver a whack today because the dollar was being bought up. Dollar was really downtrending hard and then popped right back up. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. Silver for me is it's not a trade. It's just a position / end game. The trade of the week was doing well until that dollar popped, but look, it's trying to fight back. I'm long AGI. I'm just going to sit in this thing. There's a beautiful daily chart. There's no reason to get out of this. GDX has basically kicked off the year, I think, with the strongest move of all of the ETFs. Let's try something here. Let's add a column. Change in 5 days. Do we have that? Change in 5 days. Who's the biggest leader? We're going to just show that column. And just to answer my own question, change in 5 days. Double click. Okay. It's not color coded, but it's still sorted now. Change in 5 days. Sort. So yeah, KWeb, as I mentioned, Andy, he was on that. What a great year KWeb has had. China. Airlines seem to have had a good pop. Interest rates gone down, a little bit of bond buying, and then here's gold miners. So back to my thesis, AGI. There's no reason for me to get out of AGI. It's a trade of the week. Gold miners are strong on a 5-day change here coming into the new year. Just see what happens. How I will manage this trade is exactly how it was probably called out, using the well, actually in this case, Michael. This one came directly off the TI strength alerts. I'll go ahead and audible, the Trade Ideas stop, suggested stop, the strength alerts, that is. For me, I want to see this thing stay above the 10 SMA. I think that if this thing is going to have some momentum, it's going to have to stay above that 10 SMA. 3 or 4 days from now, if it gets up here, then closes below, that's my out. The 20 will come up behind it as a backstop, but I don't want to give back a lot of profits. I want to try and maximize this. So for this particular trade, volume, explosive sector, golds, looks like it's off to a good start. There's no reason that this line should not hold it because I call it the momentum line. That's my trade plan here. This is a momentum trade. I'm going to write it as long as the momentum will allow me. Let's zoom in a little bit. We haven't even talked about this one yet today. This blue line, the 5-day SMA, using 130 candles. This is well above that. So when I'm in a winning trade like this, I look at this and I'm like, there's no reason to get out. There's no reason to be concerned. I'm still above all my key levels. Just going to let it work for me. That's the hardest thing to do as a swing trader, is to just let it work for you. And then you wake up one day and then you're gapped down. But then by the end of the day, maybe you've recovered some. It's a game of attrition. What races do you like to use? So I'm using actually Chris Varley's race. There's many different ways to go. Now, let's just take this a step further. You could take the trade ideas. I'm sorry, you could take the A table and launch a race and watch a race and say, hey, only show me the ones that are racing, that are strong today, but they happen to be derived again from the A table, meaning if they're winning races on there and they're strong, they're likely going to have a high short float as well. So that's one way to construct and conceive a race. But the one I like here is the one that's built by Chris. So all we do is we just right click and we say show the top list, open top list. And he's using the approach, again, there's many approaches. He's using the approach of intraday Bollinger Bands. So he's got some 5-minute, 15-minute Bollinger Bands, and they're all above 80. So anything pushing above a 15-minute Bollinger Band with 80 and volume 5-minute, that's an interesting 15. I don't know why he has that. But the point being, these are things that are all pushing higher throughout the day. And this is the top list of that list where it's derived. So I can share this list and then you can launch a race off of that, or I can just actually just share the race. Let's just share the race and then you can do the same thing. You can right click the race and you can open the top list and reverse engineer it. Share that. Okay, so this, we would call this a Bollinger Band race. You're able to run a race off of Market Explorer Scan? No, it has to be a top list, Ranny. Vasu, hello. Is there a video tutorial to see how live trading works with IB as a broker? I'm looking to find it easy or difficult for day trading. Thanks. Yeah, there's lots of tutorials. Let me think of the best one to give you here. Hang on a second. So I'll go to tutorials, or this is the user guide. So we're going to call it Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus is going to be our keyword. This is where you're going to want to start. Brokerage Plus, and all of these you see over here, this is an entire chapter for strategies and trading and positioning and things like that. So I'm going to give you this link to chapter 24, excuse me, and you can start to go through that. There are videos in there as well. Let me drop that link first. But first and foremost, what I would tell you is get familiar with the simulation trading. Okay, right here, we open Brokerage Plus. Forget all those live connections for the moment and go and spend some time on the golf practice tee on the driving range, okay? And get familiar with how, you know, these particular simulated buttons and trades work. You know, for instance, we have a simulated buy button. I can click buy on the chart there, buy, cursor, there's my order. I just dropped my order. Let's give it a second. the instructions that I've given, the buy button. There we go. There's my order. I've instructed it to buy, a certain amount. If it pulls back to 62, that'll be my fill. My stop will be out here. It's a little slow right now because we're still working through some of those bugs, as I said, through the AWS, but there's a lot of information there on that link for you, Vasu. All right, we'll just let that simulation buy work. Oh, poor Carvana. So there's Carvana. That chart didn't load. I'll click this one, come back to Carvana, and there it goes. So I'm giving you guys a little workaround until we get these things sorted out. I know it's been frustrating for a few users, but we're getting there. Thank you for your patience. All right, I'll be with you guys for a little while longer. Any more questions? Was anybody sent in here for a demonstration of something? You're typing. Oh, thank you. That helps. Good. Thank you for the feedback. Definitely SimTrade. Start on the SimTrader. Make your mistakes. Learn how to do the Brokerage Plus actions on the SimTrader. Baby steps.
RX.
I knew I heard your voice. What are you saying? RX?
KPR. No, yeah, I need a prescription. KPRX. This one, Steve, is really interesting. Now,
Is it
KPR xylophone.
Got it.
So, believe it or not, I took this trade yesterday late, and I held it overnight. For me, a huge swing trade. I got rid of it at about 8 o'clock this morning at 465. I got in around 4 and I got in out at 465. But the deal with this one, first of all, you just take a look at the daily chart. You can see the huge void when you look left.
Yep.
But the crazy thing about this one is that some firm called Ladenburg Thalmann, I think that's the name of them, has put a $113 price target on them. And this happened a couple of days ago. So that people will read that stuff. I mean, it's preposterous to think this stock could ever get up to $113. But coupled with the void and what's happening with it, it's kind of an interesting look right now. I may get back into it if it gets over 5.
Well, of course, the first thing I see, Barry, is my 10 SMA. It's just been snaking up that thing for the last 2 days.
Yes.
Yeah. Momentum is definitely intact over there for sure. That's what that tells me. Let's see. Daily chart says 2 things: change 60 minutes and position 60-minute range. They conflict. I'm not sure what that means.
Well, I think what he's saying is that, well, he's got 2 different filters. The change in 60 minutes is literally how much, what percent the stock changed in 60 minutes. Okay. Position in the 60-minute range is just where is it literally in the 60-minute range. Like if the stock was the high of 10 and a low of 9 in 60 minutes, and it was at 950 right now, that'd be 50% of the position in the range.
Yep. Yeah, Peter, the position and range, you always add a 0 to the low and a 100 to the high of that time frame, and then that's your range. All right. Do you have advice on picking 3 or 4 strategies? I have 8 windows and 3 charts. Well, I like to use 2 charts. 3 charts is fine. Barry uses 3 or 4. There's no one right way to do it, Ronnie. It just kind of depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking to not scalp, if you're looking to ride some quick momentum, these races are a great thing to do. And as I said, I prefer to try and catch that secondary momentum push in the morning around 10:30, 11:30 Eastern. It just depends on what you're looking for. I think some people are looking for longer term stuff. Some people are looking for shorter bursts. The races are definitely there for the shorter burst type stuff. But I would continue to tune in to the different 12 o'clock Eastern sessions here. We have different traders every day with different ideas. I want to swing trade methods, one day trade. I'll be happy. Well, the day trade, if I had to day trade one trade a day, I would use this race and I would be setting an alarm looking for things that have opened strong and have consolidated and are looking for that secondary momentum push. That's the momentum push that I trust the most for day trading. As far as swing trading goes, there's many different methods. It all comes down to what you like on the daily. Barry pointed out here on the daily here, there's a void. He likes to look for the gaps. These gaps can be easily filled. I don't know if you remember, Barry, there was another trader. He was on Twitter, GTO Trader. And he used to call this the vacuum cleaner setup because once they broke through, it was a vacuum hoover just pulling the price all the way up to the void. I mean, it's the same concept that you trade, but he had it kind of patented, and he talked about that as the vacuum cleaner trade.
Cool. No, I didn't know him, but I won't use it then if it's patented.
Well, I think he's not around. He had a bad car accident. I haven't seen him in years.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yeah. He drove his GTO a little too fast, maybe. All right. Well, you ready to give me a...
Yeah, I can take over for you now. I know you want to get into this dev meeting.
So, it's going to be an interesting one. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll take over right now. Thanks, Steve, for taking over. I needed that break.
Yeah.
For sure.
No problem.
Okay.
Bye.
Rid of my message. All right, let's take a look at what's happening. Since I was on my break, I was actually kind of sitting at my computer, so I wasn't really on a break. Just trying to see if anything was of interest. Yeah, see, I saw this OI, but just a little bit too late. The OI is a great break out of consolidation at 1835, and then now it's at 1876 right now. Nice 2 days. It hasn't cared what the market's done today. OI is that Owens? No, it's not Owens Corning. OI Glass. I thought this used to be Owings, but I guess I think it's another one. But anyway, nice break. But unfortunately now you're sort of in chase mode. The market is just really flattening out now. Look at this on the last couple of hours on the SPY, just kind of flattening out. Some topping tails, bottoming tails, but not really moving one direction or the other. Well, the ZNVX has had a nice comeback. I mean, this was one I was maybe going to short earlier on if I had taken out the low of yesterday. That would have been an all-time low. But now this is maybe interesting as a long if it takes out yesterday's high at 780, because then look at the void. Now remember, for the reasons that went down yesterday, they're still fresh in people's minds. I mean, there was a reason. I'm not sure what it was. It's not wasn't an earnings play. I'm not sure what it was. So you always have to remember that just because it's having a nice bounce day today, for all the reasons that went down yesterday, they're probably still there. It's just that, traders are playing a bounce today on this. So Shady and Meta, 126. Yeah, I'd be waiting maybe I know you don't pay attention to the VWAP that much, Shady, but I'd be looking at that 125.63. So it's very close to your 126. to short, but I'd probably wait for that VWAP break. But you're also swinging it, so I mean, pennies won't matter to you. The other thing, Ronnie, when Steve was answering you, you want 1 day trade. The thing is you have to, and if you go into the trade, if you go into on Tuesdays into the YouTube room, you hear Michael nag at you guys incessantly. You have to have a trading plan. So, my day trading strategy may not suit your idea of a day trading strategy, as an example, nor might Steve's might not. I mean, I know he gave you an idea, but that's why, practicing in a simulator to develop your own style. There are people out there, again, I guess I brand myself as a momentum trader. Some people hate that. They would much rather play something that, yes, as Steve says, had momentum and then pull back to us maybe a significant moving average and see what it did there and maybe pop off that. That could be your style, but you won't know until you practice. I didn't know right off the bat that, I didn't know what I didn't know, that I didn't know the term momentum trader. But I started seeing charts that I liked. I started seeing setups that I kind of liked. And once I zeroed in on that, I didn't really deviate from anything. I did. So I don't have a bunch of different strategies that I play around with all day long. I have my one, call it momentum strategy. And will I ever play something off a VWAP? Or yes, I will. But I'm not out and out looking for that. There are very, very many running, and that's it. And a lot of it has to be geared to your personality too. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, I mean, again, there are people that just think, I think that's crazy trying to buy a stock at the high of the day. That doesn't make sense. And that's fine. If it doesn't make sense mentally to you, and I'm just talking in general, then, don't do it. As you say, there are a lot of different types of strategies out there. I my 10-day daily breakdown when a stock is at an all-time low. There are people that say, well, that's crazy. Why would you buy something at an all-time low? Because aren't the chances that it could bounce? Of course. But I've just seen over the last several years, after having constructed that particular strategy, that especially in a certain with a certain price area, that the ones that are making all-time lows with news, there always has to be some news. It could be either news, if it's a bio, bad, either phase one, phase two, phase three, or it could be earnings, bad earnings. So I want a catalyst. I do want a catalyst. And I'm just finding that a lot of times those work extremely well. But people say that's crazy. Same thing as buying stocks at all-time highs. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you wait for it to pull back? Yeah. Somebody was saying, I don't know if you're still in the room. I don't know how, I wasn't listening. So there's a Ronnie and then there was a Ron asking about, trying to find something that might work, 2 months from now, a year from now, the only way I would answer something like that is anything that is strong today, fundamentally and maybe technically, probably because in the market environment we're in, probably has a chance, if and when the market does turn around and we get rolling into what we'll call a true bull market again. Those sort of stocks to me, because if they're strong right now in this market environment, why wouldn't they be as strong or stronger when the market turns around? And that's when you can use the composite stock rating, look at stocks that are, say, a composite stock rating of 80 and above, and just check them out, see what they look like. I would also want to look at the sector, make sure it's not some kind of well, there's very few high flying sectors right now, but I would probably want to find a stock that is more or less even trading on its own against its sector. So it's strong within its sector. But I'm not a big swing trader. I'm certainly not looking for, months or years in the future. But if I had to, that's probably where I would start. It's like I was saying actually earlier today, this one right here, the large cap gainers from the open. Well, look what the market's done. The market has been basically down all day. There was a short little 30-minute rally, I guess at 9:45 till 10:15. But the market had a big downturn and it still hasn't really rallied. These stocks here are definitely counter trend plays because these are stocks that are up at least 2% for the day. You're not going to find that many in the market we have today that are going to be up 2% and meeting other filter requirements. So you could almost look at these ones and saying, well, these are definitely kind of counter trenders. Well, it's harder to trade if you're used to a bull market. There's no question, Ronnie. I mean, we had a bull market for seems like forever. I mean, from say 08, 09 until maybe call it the beginning of this year. And this is not an out and out. I mean, this is a bear market, yeah, but I mean, I don't look at it like it's catastrophic yet. Not like it was in 2008, when that was catastrophic. All right, I am now checking out some of these. So the Megel, MEGL. Yeah, I mean, again, a strategy. Pulling back to the VWAP. Look at the VWAP right there, 227. Pulls back to the VWAP, kind of bounces off it, continues to move a bit. Don't know where it's going. No news on this one. It just is one of those low float situations. 7.4 million, traded 20 million. So it's almost traded the flow 3 times. And it's a China stock. So, China's been hot. I know I heard Steve talking about it, and our buddy Andy. I mean, he's been all over China stocks for quite a while now. There's an argument to me that you could have been in China back here in November 25th. Okay, that week of it moved up, kind of just base. So if you're a true swing trader, all this wouldn't have shaken you out, and now it's moving higher. But I'm certainly not the right person to talk about swing trading. I'm not a swing trader at all. All right, is this OBLG going to do something now after it had this run at the beginning? So again, they did the reverse split. Popped way up after hours yesterday, up to $4. Got as high as 380, 377. That's the pre-market. Market opened, basically gave it all up. No reason for this move. Again, there's no news on it. They did a reverse split yesterday. So I'd be waiting to see if they try to come up with any sort of a news release in the next within the next week or so, just to kind of juice the stock up. This is not investing. Okay, this is not investing. This is just trying to take advantage of a move. Maybe try to get the middle 2/3 and move on. I was talking to Steve in the YouTube room before I got back in the other two rooms, and this KPRX. I mean, it's got this look. There's that void, and of course with that nonsensical $113 price target. And if you don't, oh, sorry, I wasn't 113, it was 119. My Ladenburg Thalmann. That was on the 3rd. Now, before you think, oh my gosh, I better sell everything and just pour it into the stock because it's going to 119. No, 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 no. But there's no question. There's no question that people see this sort of a news release. Nobody thinks it's going to 119. They don't think. I refuse to believe. I'd like to see the analyst who actually put this out and read his thesis about it. But nobody really thinks it's going to 119. But you can see what's happened over the last few days. It's moved from 237 all the way up to 5. But let's take a look at some of these ones that went races early to see if there's any sort of a setup. ABVC, which was, of course, really active. Yeah, I mean, if I had shorts available, I'd be probably looking to maybe short this. It's a real cheap one, though. But, what if it were setting up just over the VWAP? Okay, just over that purple line there, pull back. So what I'd be doing then is I'd be watching, I'd put a price alert at a certain level. And so if it popped above that price alert with corresponding volume, that could get interesting again. I mean, I had a huge run from, 60 cents all the way up to $1.90. I mean, crazy. And I mean, it had some news. Investigative new drug submission was approved by the FDA. So I mean, it at least you can point at that and say, okay, there was some news. But right now, yeah, I'm not getting very many new alerts, guys. I'm not getting, with what the market's doing. Now, Matrix just took a little pop here. MTRX, another one that hasn't really cared over the last 3 days what the market's doing. Aha, ATNF just made a new high, ATNF. And it's approaching 684, so it's approaching that high of a few days ago. And then that high over here is 706. So could be getting into a pretty tough area to get through. Ooh, there are shorts available now for me on this one. Interesting. Normally I look and there's not many shorts available. It looks like the fee rate, no, I don't think it really affects me, but 46,000 shares. But you got to be careful. I mean, this is a stock with a lot of momentum. I mean, it just broke a little bit above that high on the 20th of December by about 6 cents, then pulled back. I mean, I'd be watching it really carefully at the $7 level if it gets there. And if it takes out $7, then we have to look at the weekly chart to see, okay, where could it keep going to? Yeah, we don't see anything here. I have to go to a monthly chart. Yeah, 890 back in August of 2021. On a monthly chart, that was the high. So I don't know what it would have been on the weekly and the daily back here, but so there is maybe a little bit of room if it takes out 7 somehow. Sorry, guys. Uh, okay, give me a moment, guys. I just want to check a couple of things. So Peter, are you still in the room, in the YouTube room? I'm just reading your email regarding 4 races at once. Are you still in the room? I mean, I probably could help you. I mean, it's just a matter of, having them as part of your layout. But I don't know if you're still in the room, in the YouTube room. The only reason it's not displaying 4 races at once is because it must be because you're not saving your layout or something. I mean, here's my layout, right? I've got 2 races here, but if I had 4, and if I save my layout, when I load trade ideas the next day, I'll see 4 races. But I don't know if you're still in the room. Yeah, the OI is grinding. I just couldn't take it. It, saw it right around here. Yeah, it's tacked on another 50 cents or so. But, for me, that would be chasing it. It would just be too much of a chase. Meanwhile, ATNF just made another new high. ATNF just made another new high. Well, why not? Stick an alert at 7-Eleven and see if it blasts through that. The reason they can do this, of course, is because it's a low float. 1.6 million in the float. Traded 15 million. That's about 9.5 times the float. And no news, of course. But a reverse split a few days ago. I think right around here. I think that day. Here's a strategy. Just take all, say, the last, I don't know, last 3 weeks of reverse splits, put them in a top list or a race and see what happens. It's probably wouldn't be the worst thing you could do. Added Canada Goose. The last time I saw it, it was approaching the 200-day moving average. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, so there it is, guys. So now let's take a look at Canada Goose as an example. So look what it did. 1944 is the 200-day moving average. What did it get to? It got to 1930. Okay, so very close to that area. Okay, got rejected, and now it's starting to move down below the VWAP, which is 1897. There's an argument to, I don't know, because to me there could be a little bit of support around 1890. I'm going to stick an alert around 1890. This might be, 1890, and if I took that trade, I put a stop at that 19 because there could be some support right around here, 1863. But that would give me enough risk reward if it did that. Well, yeah, but that you really think that's news? I don't mean to, John Jay. I mean, you're right. It's news, but I mean, I guess okay. It regains the compliance, but that's why they did the reverse split. They did the reverse split whenever they did it. If I can load the chart, I mean, that was the reason for the reverse split, right? Come on, look at the red symbol. Yeah, this was the reason for the reverse split here to meet NASDAQ compliance. So you used to be a big reverse split trader. What happened? Why did it started not working? Well, guys, I am watching ATNF as a potential short now. I want to see if he's getting rejected, the topping tails. See if it turns into a potential short because there are shorts available for me. And I'm not suggesting anybody does the same thing. Yeah, look at the SPY bounce. Wow, no kidding. Now that's a move. That is a move. I don't know if there's any specific news. It's the 1 o'clock. Sorry, it's the 1:15, 15-minute candles. But I don't know if there's any specific news on this one. Something's happening. Look at Anjo. ANGO. Beautiful breakout on the daily and had earnings. Didn't know that. Had earnings. Why I didn't know? Because there was just no action. There was no volume, I guess. So it didn't meet the filter requirements. But boy, when the market opened, it's been almost straight up. I mean, had a big topping tail there, but had a fairly good run. It's having a good run. And let's take a look. Let's take a look at the weekly chart on that one. So 1587, 1557, yeah. So 1587 is the next high. If it can get through that, man, the next high is 2188. Whoa, that's on the weekly chart. So this is one that I'd probably watch going forward. Okay, you get a second and third day continuation of earnings, especially if it can take out that 1587. I mean, it's almost there. I mean, look at the potential fill. Now, granted, that's a weekly chart, but look at the potential gap fill, and that is for ANGO. Okay, guys, so look what happened. ATNF broke through briefly. Look at that. Look at that, briefly breaking through up to 714, pulling right back now. Okay, guys, I think what I'm going to do now is my video before I forget to do it. So what time is it? 1:25. So this shouldn't take long, but I'll just indicate that I'll be back by. See, back by 1:25. So let's say 1:35. Should be earlier, but just in case. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute in all three. All right, guys, I'm back. Ah, shoot. I'm missing out on the ATNF short. Expensive video. Yeah, I mean, look at that big topping tail. I mean, immediately sold right off. So, I mean, if you took this short, I'd be aware, of course, well, I mean, $6. I'm not saying it's getting to six, but that's where the support would be, I guess, on the 15-minute chart. Oh, look at it now. ATNF is really starting to crater off that 7 break. Okay, so the goose has not taken out the level I want. It's still hanging around the VWAP, GOOS, still hanging around the VWAP at 1898. So I'm looking, 1890 or so probably gets me into the short. But that's why I have a price alert set down here. And if it happens, if it triggers, I'll know about it. The WBA, did it stall at that 40? A little bit below it, but not much. ALGS, a busted bio. Okay. ALGS, a busted bio. Come on, 15-minute chart. I remember this ELOX from yesterday. I can't remember if they had any news, but it was a big sell-off though. ELOX got up to 480 and it closed down here. That's a big drop percentage-wise. Trying to come back a little bit. Look at the market, man. The market is, putting in a solid green bar and then another follow-up green bar. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Aha, I see the goose got down to that level. So let's take a look at it. All right, so a little short at 1889 and 1889, 1890 gets back up to the VWAP. I'm out. It's really that simple. See if it works. And I'm kind of, well, I don't know. I was saying I'm going against the market, but maybe not. We've got some topping tails now. So, okay. Oh, I've got my sound alerts on mute. Maybe that's why I was not getting very many. Here's a little break for this AKLI, a little break out of consolidation on the 15. And let's take a look left, 125. So, hey, this has got some room, guys. Got a little bit of room, AKLI. The high is 170 looking left, I think. Yeah, next high is 170 looking left. So this has got a little bit of room. AKLI, what's the float? 39 million. So it's not low, not high. See if there's any news on it. Aha, so they actually had news here. Well, they had news a little bit earlier. Unless this is just a repost, right? So after positive data for ADHD treatment, is this a, yeah, so that actually hit in the pre-market too. Yeah, I'm seeing at 7 o'clock Eastern, that hit. So this is sort of a repost. Okay, out of the goose, guys. Got right into the VWAP, so I'm going to get out of the goose. All right, ATXG on the move here, guys. ATXG on the move right now. Lots of volume coming in. The 10-day daily breakout. And where could it get to? Next high is 218, so it's a little bit of room to there. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Don't see any. I had some news yesterday. Come on. Yeah, so it had some news yesterday, announces entry of a securities purchase agreement, etc. That was news yesterday. And this is a China stock. Keep an eye on this AKLI guy. So in the pre-market, it actually got up to 160, 168, I guess. And as I said, it has some room, 170. So actually in the pre-market, it got up to that high, 170, got up to 168. So it does have some room to move if it wants to. So to analyze this, I mean, I'm not saying, again, this is just a hypothesis. If you took this trade right here, say at 134 and put a stop at 120, let's make it a 10-cent stop, okay? 124, 125, so 134, 124. You'd have to be thinking though, in order to take this trade, can I make 20 cents risking 10 cents? In other words, a 1 for 2. So I look at this and I go, okay, if I put a 10-cent stop, 20 cents from here is 156. And the high is 167. So in theory, it would make sense, okay, to analyze, whether or not you're going to get into a trade. You have to have a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2 risk reward. All right, guys. So this marketing meeting is coming up in about 10 minutes. So I'll be spending some time in there. I'm sure it'll be interesting. Okay, Poe, you got a little bit of a bounce for you in the ATNF. Oh, you didn't hold on. Okay. I'm just noticing your post now. Boy, look at this Elox go. I did not take this one. Wow, that one ripped. Look at the volume that came in. That one just absolutely ripped. I did not take this one. That that has put on almost $1 from where I mentioned it on a $4 stock. I mean, look at the volume. Look at the histo increasing. Snap. I was trying to load Snap, but the daily wouldn't. The 15 wouldn't load. So let me see if it loads now. There we go. Just can't get too excited about Snap. I don't know why. Next high looking left. So it's past that one, 920. All right. Well, 992 is the next high looking left. And as you say, it just went positive. Anybody use our red to green and green to red? You know, I haven't used it in years. This is what I'm talking about. And this is a real-time alert. Yeah, so the cross either above or below the open or the close. I think I toyed around with it a long time ago. I just didn't see it that it was that valuable. Okay, guys, so ATXG, it had a pullback and now it's back over 2. So I had a pretty big pullback. I mean, 185, going from 218 down to 185, that's a big pullback percentage-wise. No, no, I don't have a scan for it, but you can build one yourself, of course. All you have to do is right-click, configure, and type in cross. Okay, type in cross, And here we go. Cross above the open, cross below the open, or cross above the close, or cross below the close. So you can, there's your real-time alert. And now you can just build your scan around it with the minimum volume you want, price range, maybe a relative volume, all those other things. But that would be the alert. You can, now, this is the confirmed, which I have a feeling means it has to be a volume confirmation of some sort, which isn't the worst thing. I mean, if it crosses above on one share or below on one share, maybe it's not that powerful. But you can try this. But no, I don't have one built as such, but simple enough to do if you know what alert to use. And then again, just build your own filters. Make sense? Intuitively, you would think it'd be good. Something that goes red to green or green to red, you'd think, intuitively, you would think it would be good. But I think I tried to use it years and years ago. I just didn't see either. Yeah, I just didn't see a big use. Nothing really jumped out at me. And I think those were the days where I used to actually try to back test things and it looked terrible. Boy, this ELOX, this is a late bloomer from my 10-day daily breakout. And you can see why it had to take out yesterday's high before it would show up in the 10-day daily breakout. And it briefly did. What was the high yesterday? 474. And what did it get to? It got to 474. So, so for this to show up here, I mean, it's showing up late, but that's because it had to take out yesterday's high. It's shortable. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, that was the short. William, I wonder if you took this one. It's not in Zach's scam, but holy smokes, up to 472 and then got down to 420 just like that. What's the spread like? The spread is an issue though. Yeah, I mean, we're right, it's all over the place. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm going to be in this marketing meeting and All right, guys, I'm back. So I'm in this short of GLYC. It's doing nothing, but I decided to take the short of GLYC. Why? Well, let's take a look. Room. So it has some room. 232 is the next low looking left. I like the fact that it broke down through the VWAP up here. And so I am in the short. Now, I almost traded it out down here in the 250s, but I wasn't fast enough. So I'm still going to hold on. I'm in around 277 on the short. It was right on that break right there, right there. And we'll see what happens, but mainly because of the room, always looking left. How much room does it have? Somebody asked me about ELOCs. And the last time I looked, it was kind of pulling back to the, yeah, so that's no good. I mean, it broke down through the 200-day. Now, if it pops up through the, I'm sorry, not the 200-day, the VWAP. So I was saying, let's see if it holds the VWAP, but right now it's not. The VWAP is at 385. So, that's significantly below it on a percentage basis. So if you were looking to go long this one, I would have, been watching that to see if the VWAP held and it bounced off it, but it did not. And as far as a short goes, I mean, all the support is around 331 or so. But I'm just going to hang on to this GLYC for a bit and see if it has any sort of collapse in it. Okay, guys, we're rolling into the end here. Let's take a look at anything. I did see this AGBA, but it probably is pulled back by now. Oh, not really. It actually popped up. Good volume coming in. Looking at Goose, it's funny. I see some of these things, and they just don't move. I'm looking at Goose. I thought maybe it would take out that 1890 in a big way. Try to, and then just didn't do it. Man, though, the one that I wish I were still in this one, but the AT&F short, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what a great short that was. I mean, I only picked up a small portion of it, of that move. Man, but remember we were talking about this, you look at these topping tails, eventually understand what they mean. I mean, the buyers had it up at one point. Both of them, the buyers had this up to 662. Let's take a look at a bigger chart just to show you what I'm talking about when I'm talking about topping tails and bottoming tails and how they can give you a bit of a clue of a potential turn. So you see so this is on a 15-minute chart. So you see that topping tail right there for AT&F on this, the 1245. They got up to 658, but the sellers knocked it down to 605. That's a big drop, guys. That's a big percentage drop. But the buyers, were stubborn and they got back in and it looked like they were winning. They got it up to 690. Sellers only closed it down to 677. Probably gave the buyers a little bit of confidence. So they tried again. They got it up to 717. Sellers closed it down here. That's another big drop at 663. And eventually, this buyers are just going to say, okay, you got it for a while anyway. And that's how it works. I mean, you're not going to beat your head against a wall, just to see the sellers come in. And, remember the converse. You could have bottoming tails, meaning the sellers are knocking it down, and then the buyers are closing it higher, and they try again, and eventually the sellers give up. So it's this constant battle all day long. Some are more dramatic than others. This is a pretty dramatic one because I mean, not saying you're going to get the top. I mean, we're not talking about getting the top. I mean, wonderful if somehow you guess that that's the top, 716, and this goes down to, I mean, that's a big, big, big percentage move. Huge percentage move. But wait for the 7 break. And I mean, this little action right there in that green candle, certainly would have got me out. I was out earlier. I was out earlier. And now look at it through the VWAP even. And remember, there's no real reason this is up. Yeah, they regained NASDAQ compliance. Whoop-de-doo. Like really. All right, guys, I'm probably going to put myself on mute in about 5 minutes or so. I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be here till 3:30 or 3:20 or so. And so if you have any questions, feel free, please ask them. Don't be shy. Charts seem to be working a little bit better now. And in talking in the development meeting and also I mean, they're working like mad to fix this caching problem, which is really what it is. I almost took the data. I almost took it on this little break here. Didn't do it. The 250, 1250. I was really eyeballing it. A little bit of a red bar ignored there. Not quite. And it's still having a nice day. Roku had a move this morning, I noticed, increased viewership or something like that. I know it had a pop this morning. Surpasses 70 million active accounts compared to Q4 last year was 60 million. So they've increased it by 10 million. I know that was the news in the morning. But it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, you can drive yourself nuts. I mean, you see this news, looks pretty good. Market opens, splat. Just don't care. I know somebody mentioned Holo a long time ago, and I know I put the chart up. Yeah, hologram. Yeah, did this crazy move, then flattened right out. So yeah, I see what you're looking at, Rob, because I mean, if some volume comes in, like look what happened here. The volume came in. Look at that big bar, volume bar, almost the biggest one of the day, and it moved it very little though, from 3 to 311, and then came right back down. So maybe you'd need, I guess, another volume bar like that to move it again. The high of the day was 333 or so. Histogram looks good. I mean, a lot of bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish based on what I'm seeing in this histogram, but it's just kind of resting. So yeah, I'd be following it to see, if some volume comes in. The overall volume isn't great. It's 1.5 times normal, but it's not great. 500,000 by this time of the day. And looking at it on the daily chart, oh yeah, now I remember this crazy one. So yeah, I mean, obviously, in theory, it's got room. I mean, let's see if I can even find these highs here. So we're at 303 right now. That high is 274. That high is 276. That high is 281. Yeah, I mean, listen, hey, if this can maintain 3, at least it'll take out all these highs. You're right. It was like obviously a one-day wonder. I sort of remember this one. I can't remember if it was truly an IPO or a SPAC, or it could have been a SPAC. Let's see. No, well, anything's possible. I think that might have been an IPO. But now that it's over 3 and it's sort of wiping out all these little highs here, yeah, definitely keep an eye on it for tomorrow. But definitely need volume too, though. Let me just check my IPO calendar. So when was this? This looks like this was on the 22nd of November. So I'm not seeing it as an IPO. So it must have been something else, maybe a symbol name change or And just based on the price of it, it doesn't look like this could have been a SPAC. Now, it could have been an IPO. It's just not on. It's just not here. I don't see it at all. Yeah, a little bit of a break here. Mohammed, you're talking about NVCR. A little bit of a break here. It's a lot, pretty big consolidation. So it's over the VWAP 110.75. It's over the VWAP. Just that ZLab completely and utterly outperformed it. I mean, look, I know it's 62%. Don't get me wrong, but it pulled way back here. Whereas ZLab, which is its partner, and William did an analysis, and I think what he said was ZLab is more concentrated in China, whereas NVCR more has a worldwide market outside of China. But right now, I mean, this did not pull back at all. Yeah, it's hard to the high of the day for when you look at the pre-market action. You know, you think, oh man, yeah, high of the day, great. But then you look at this pre-market action. All right, guys, I think I'll put myself on mute. But again, if you have any questions, please ask them. I'm not going anywhere. Okay. So it was a SPAC? Boy, that's a cheap SPAC, Casa. Because if this is the first day it was trading, I mean, normally the SPACs, as you know, are around the $10 level. So what the heck happened? And I guess I could have looked if the news is here. Is it here? Yeah, it doesn't go back that far. Well, it should have though. No, it doesn't have any reference to the SPAC. Aha, here's your 20, here's your 1 for 20 reverse split today, 10x, TENX, just popping here. So again, that float will be about 1.7 or so. 1.8. So that float will be about 1.8 million with this reverse split, 1 for 20 reverse split. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. So again, any questions, please ask. So, Jaskel, is that a question actually, or just a statement? Because I would, my first question to you would be, is what is getting you into a trade? Like, what is your plan to get into a trade? Why are you taking a trade in the first place? What is your trigger to get into a trade? And believe me, we all struggle with getting out at the so-called right time. Okay, that's just something. I mean, especially if you're trading some of these more volatile ones, I mean, the pressure to take some profit pretty quickly on some of these ones that really, really, are moving quickly and are very volatile. In these ones, you know, you can start looking at things like, I know like the 8 EMA or something on the chart, on a 15-minute chart. If a stock doesn't break it, if you're in the trade and and you're profitable, and maybe you take some out and then you don't get out the rest until it breaks the 8 EMA, things like that. I mean, but that is a trading plan that I can't tell you that's what you should do, but it's just it's an idea. But the first thing is, why are you getting into a trade in the first place? If you can answer that question, like what are you seeing that gets you into a trade? Speaking of getting into a trade, I'm looking at this data now, a little bit of a pullback underneath 12 or 13, and seeing if that holds and maybe starts to run again. So maybe you can't hear me, Jaskel. Other thing you can do, of course, is to practice in the simulator. Maybe taking fewer shares also. Just a minute. Okay, guys, I'm just gonna hop back on and make sure everybody knows we still have the 25% promo. Pretty sure it'll be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. And it is now official. The webinars are now canceled. The ones that we used to have 5 o'clock we Tuesday, Thursday, and then the following Monday, Wednesday, and rotate. They are now canceled. So you can use New Year 25 still, okay? I know that says Barry 15 for 15% off, but I think you can still use New Year 25. See if it works. I'm pretty sure it's going to work at least until tonight. The answer is yes. So it's still valid, okay? So New Year 25. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. I don't see any questions, so I'm just going to wrap this up now. All right, so thanks for all the help as usual. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time in the morning, of course. What's on the pasting isn't working. Come on. Oh my goodness. Nothing's working, guys. Okay, so again, I'll open the room tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.